There's a creek behind me. At the bottom of the gully, surrounded by a bunch of really nice houses, this being one of them. There's a big old creek flowing behind me, and I know that when I was a kid, we would all still be out there playing that creek. I'm a grown man, and I'm about to run down and play in that creek. It's incredible how fast society globally is shifting. It's incredible. I'm taking amazing notes tonight, and I'll go through them. I know I bounce all over the place and stuff, and believe me, that's being done to us in many ways. I'm so about to get my spaceship. I got approved for a spaceship the other day. Yesterday. It was Friday, so I won't hear anything about it until Monday, I'm sure, but I've been approved. I'm going to make it Care Bear accessible. It's amazing how much in the human mind gets killed from conception to completion. Do 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 do, like a song or a painting or a picture. I just realized that something exists now that thinks that it can do our thinking for us. And I do not consent. I've been outside for the last 2 hours pretty much. Something has rekindled my need to capture sunset every night. I'm 2 minutes away from a really good spot. And yet I balance that I temper it with, well, I don't want to waste gas and drive all over the busted infrastructure, which is true, to get to my hill, because they'll probably make a tornado tonight. And sure enough, there was a tornado watch for southeastern Indiana, and I knew they meant the border, northern Kentucky, and the meteorologist didn't even bother to mention Ohio. They grudgingly did. Somebody's watching me, and I'm allowed to say it, because I've been so tiptoeing around social media to not come off like I have an ego, which I'm working at crushing. You know, the one that's bothered with and distracted with stupid worldly stuff. But I am a man with a mission, with a camera, who's dedicated to capturing the strange phenomena of all this plasmatic, interesting sky. I mean, what I captured tonight should not have been in the sky. It was the Kachina red and blue. At sunset, the entire top of the sky and all the way into the east turned a light, creamy, blood pink red. It glowed. That shouldn't be happening. The entire other half of the sky looked like water. And I'm not an earther of any kind, but it's incredible to see the powers that be beginning to have to create tornadoes to hide the Nibiru sky. In one particular part of the tri-state between Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio. And of course, once the sun set, it just dissipated. I watched a couple of sky chasers, and I mentioned, does anybody notice the colorful, weird kind of sky? And they didn't, because it's sensationalism and clickbait and fear and everything. You know, I mean, now what? Iran supposedly is messing with 7 different states or cities or something, water supply. Are you kidding me? I mean, I would be so embarrassed if I was in the military, had anything to do with, you know, gas and electric, water and utilities. I'd be embarrassed. I'd be like, wow, my job is to keep these places secure during this time of stress and trial and tribulation, but we just slipped. I'd be so embarrassed to have anything to do with the government right now, in fact. But that's a whole different page in my notes. But it's amazing how much goes from the mind, the fingertips, the tip of the tongue, in creativity and spontaneity and rejoicing and levity and lifting each other up. But, you know, it's a pretty unempathic world these days. Interestingly, people really could care less. In fact, they would prefer. And I don't need to get into, the different categories and socioeconomic background and stuff. But for the empath, it's important because we live and breathe off of, the tendencies and the moods of others because we're sponges. I've thought it interesting recently. For the last year, I've noticed 6 months in particular, 7 months, because I got 7 months on the 30th, which is cool, that empaths of any kind, but especially dark empaths, but empaths of any kind, better be on our guards these days because people mess with empaths. They push us. They test us. They're able to take a lot of their frustration and anger and bitterness at the job, at home, whatever the case may be. We're learning to not react. Just check our own egos and back off because people will crash and burn. And what do they always do? They turn right back around and come to the empath. And they just and we're starting to kind of get hip to that. So we're thinking 3 steps ahead of people. Earlier this week, there was a dude that I just want to be careful with everybody's anonymity. You know, a truck driver who comes and picks up really heavy, big, dangerous stuff that I have to pick up with a forklift, be careful about, plan about. Timing is everything. Communicate with a lot of people and get it on his truck. He pulls up and wants to talk about he's separating from his wife of 25 years because he's met some younger woman and he can't really deal with his wife. I realized after an hour of this man talking, taking my time, my boss's time, the daytime, everybody's time, the air in his tires time, I thought, man, I can't be your psychologist, bruh. And you can't get your justification that you're looking for what you're about to do. But I sat there and I listened to it. I exposed myself to his karma. I didn't realize this until after I got back on a big other machine. He's still out there doodling around, not getting his truck ready. If a few people known about that, they would have themselves been calling all of our phones. Speakers would have been going off, alarms, a lot of time and money was getting wasted. But I didn't realize that something even more dangerous was being wasted. My focus was getting wrapped up in his karma. I jump up in a huge 16,000-pound forklift, and I'm so focused on his energy and how sad it all is, knowing that he's doing it as a knee-jerk reaction to being tempted by something that isn't going to last and already blew up in his face. And next thing I know, there's 4,000 pounds of steel coil, about 13 millimeter, sliding off, and it sounded like a giant slinky. And I did what I'm good at these days. I put myself in check and texted my boss and my little boss and told them what I did. It ended up not costing anything. Nothing got damaged. But still, I realized, wow, if I'm not careful, I'm going to get wrapped up in people's karmic vortices. Be careful. Hi, my name. Hi, Borealis. We are definitely flame. John Boy, my ninja. There's another person who finds himself day in and day out watching the sky. But it's worth it because it's going to do something incredible. Long term, it's coming. And they can only now go to the extremes that they've gone to hide it. The fires all over the planet. Isn't it interesting to see the... No, this is going to be a good long video. I took amazing notes. It's incredible to see trolls pop in on people's channels. There's been fires forever. It's just now they're using that. A 10-year-old troll. And I look, and it's not even Nibi channels. It's just good old normal channels just talking about, hey, there's a lot of fire and smoke and drought and rivers and blah, blah, blah. And there's trolls. That means that they're desperate. And go and look, and it's nobody channel. No subscribers. No picture. No videos. Nobody. That's the bots. That's the thing that thinks that it can think for us. All at play in our laps overnight while you have little people like you and me afraid to be cut and dry, afraid to be just uh, just just transparent and not needing a damn click. But all these videos, NASA discovers horrifying, and all this heart wrench, and what? But people like us, they still got, I mean, no ego, whatever. Who cares? Be like water. Conception to completion. Conception to performance. Conception to, what do they call it? When you, you know what I mean. Not complete. Execution. From conception to execution. So much gets lost in translation. And then you got social media making anything over 16 years old feel like you're in line at Target trying to buy the only plunger at Target while you're on TikTok or something, trying to see if you can actually have a real relationship, because nobody can afford Magic.com no more. So you looking anywhere just to see if somebody will go out to dinner, go get a cup of coffee, go to the museum, but you can't, because everybody has to get a background check now, because people are so untrusting that nobody wants to go anywhere en masse. Hi, Daniel. I'm just kind of rolling. Petunia. Blessings of no. May you be harder to be fooled and slower to do harm. That's exactly what's happening to me these days, and I don't know how it's happening, but it's cool. And I found my spaceship. I got approved. I'll tell you about it. Law enforcement is the domestic enemy of the Constitution. So, conception to completion. And feeling good about it. You know, and this really just interesting of the brainwashing of the masses. It's not just happening to kids. And we're grown-ups, which is fantastic, because I don't have to sit here and do a 15-hour video about the effects of it. There are other channels that can busy themselves with that. I'm a grown-up, and I'm a warrior. I can survive. You know, I call them happy hour commercials, or big sporting events when, you know, every other commercial is about the people and families, I guess, that can afford, let me see, Lexuses and what do they call that, cruise trips and trips to Disney and golfing. That's a good one, because I wanted to golf a lot when I was a kid, but I'm left-handed, so nobody would buy me clubs. Superstars, and all that's starting to crumble as well. The glitz and glamour, you know. I mean, again, I'm a grown-up. There, that's cool. You guys proud of me? Because I can skip, you know, 45 minutes of doing anything but being mindful or destroying the ego. That's what's so much, if we're not careful, of what we're exposing ourselves to and watching, even researching, can end up bringing out the worst in us. So I'm being really careful of that, because I am having super issues with some of the biggest names in astrophysics, not so much quantum physics, but astrophysics, anything having to do with space. I'm having some serious issues with. I'm having some serious issues with what they're telling us is above us. I've seen recent footage of 3 or 4 of the astronauts that recently went on the Artemis mission, walking through the halls of Congress or somewhere pretty official in their pretty blue jumpsuits, and somebody completely came out of nowhere and just told them, stop lying. I know you didn't go to the moon, and busted out the name of Jesus on them. And they just stood there like deer in headlights. They were not prepared for it. Just like Armstrong and Aldrin and all them. When they came back, when they were getting ready for the moon, they were all like, yay! Woo, smiles. When they came back, they were all sitting there as if they had been exposed to something strange. The Artemis crew, they got back and they were up on their feet, but then a week later, somebody said, whoa, 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 we gotta lay it on a little bit thicker than that, man. People are starting to get kind of smart. Don't you watch TikTok? And that one asshole in Cincinnati, no, don't, if anybody calls him the captain, you're fired, okay? You will never work in the NSA, NASA, FBI, nothing, okay? You're gonna be pushing a mop somewhere in a sheriff's department in Kansas. Anybody? Okay, that's what I thought. Don't even say his middle name. Nope. I mean, my point is that I just, I find myself having to really question everything, because it seems like it's all a house of cards that's obviously caught fire and seems inevitably to start falling down. And me, I got a little spaceship kind of tucked in some trees. I'll tell you about it. It's right by a lake. I'm not sure if there are any fish in it, but the address is a whole bunch of 7s. How could I not have staked out my own little cardboard painted spaceship? Let's go inside. I have to thank a lot of you all, really. Sometimes it's hard to just take a step back. I didn't want to throw you in the sky again. Just sit there and watch them use our taxpayer money. Let me read what you're saying here, John. It's easier to deceive someone than convince someone that they have been deceived. When you see the truth, you will never be the same. Well, I've been a black sheep my whole life, John, and look, I mean, it's like living in this house in a men's group home. And this will probably most definitely be my last Saturday here, but boy, if I would not trade it for the world. How this has helped me toughen up, not be so see-through. Because this new batch of guys that have come through here for the last 3 months, I think that every time I hear them stomping around in the kitchen at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, I got to get up for work. Everybody in the house knows it. I'm the only one who's caught up with rent, mows the grass, so forth and so on. I don't do any of that anymore. I just pay my rent. I thought they were stomping around, not caring about me, with no empathy, maybe maliciously and vindictively, which brought up a whole bunch of feelings from the past. Not even them. So they're already on my shit list as it is. A couple days ago, I'm almost going to sleep. It's 11:30, and I hear somebody rummaging around, and I go up there, and I'm like, hey, man, shut the kitchen down. And old boy was like, dude, I just stepped in here. What are you talking about? So I thought, man, this place is haunted, and of course the list of, I hate him, and I can't wait to get out of here, and I hope he gets a flat tire. Oh, he doesn't have a car. But I sensed that stuff, and I'm like, hold on, man, something's going on. I get back to bed, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, something woke me up all right, right up above my bed, and it was a rodent. I'm not sure if it was a big old groundhog or a big old raccoon, but it was a big old something. It wasn't them. 90 plus. Do I have a favorite plant? Yes, I do. It's called moonflowers. They only bloom at night, and they open with 7 petals. When the moon's out, they open when the moon's out. And they're highly toxic, and they get very sharp seed balls, and they can poison you to death. But they bloom at night, and they have the most beautiful fragrance, and they glow in the dark. They're incredible. Yeah, I've always been black. So I'm going to start reading my notes, because I know, and it's in my notes, I know that there's a distracting, confusing, multiple layers of distraction in this world right now. Probably, as many of you warned me about, coming out of this device and the other devices in this house. I've always heard a ringing in my head as a child, way before any of technology, cell phone stuff, but there's been all of this stuff since the 50s and 60s. And some of us are tremendously sensitive to it all now, as is beginning to happen to many other people. So we're becoming more broad bandwidth, folks. We're not taboo people anymore. That's why, as empaths, you'll notice that more people these days, they do have to mess with you first. NPCs, non-participating characters, have to. They're doing it with everybody else. They do when they get home. They fight with their dog. They fight with their kids. They fight. Everybody's fighting these days, if you have not noticed. You walk by and you really anger them. But we're learning to navigate, and there's cameras everywhere, and the laws abide by everybody. I successfully have used this on these fucking idiots, people who've done 10, 15, 5 years in prison. It's not because parking tickets, a bunch of fucking animals. They are. I can't stand this place. Some dude tried to sneak back in here today. Big 6 foot, 6 inch, 240-pound, huge black dude, calls himself a Muslim, of course. Walks around with a backpack with a bunch of sex toys in it, but calls him, and tried to sneak in the back door today. But I was sitting back there. Oh, 7? I said, yeah, man. Oh, man, can you get my stuff? I said, well, you can wait right there. Came in here, and there's some other dude just got out of prison. He's part Cherokee. He's like dark like me, but red. I'm kind of more mocha. He's red. Scary motherfucker. Sleeps with his barbell. He's like, I'll go talk to him. His stuff's in the garage. I was like, whew. Can't wait to get out of this place. And I've said to people that really get bent out of shape, this is going to be a lot of fun. So we're both going to end up on the ground, rolling around, then end up down at the county, and we each get our own little cell. Maybe they'll be right next to each other, so we can pass little toilet paper notes back and forth about how we realize that we forgive each other. And sounds like a lot of fun, doesn't it? Now, you can keep on doing that. I'm sorry I spoke about your pet dog that died 15 years ago that was in that picture. I'm going to a meeting. Are we good? And they all end up back on the street. And then they come back here a month or 2 or 3 later in the rain with a backpack on. People always ask, when are we going to get to the time of the suffering and the tribulation and all that shit? We're already there. We're here right now. We are. There's a finite amount of time. So I would assume if you're watching this, you probably have no problem getting your personal in order. Destroying the ego. Who is it that I'm studying right now? I don't know how it came to me. I don't know how the algorithm, once you're not just scroll. Folks, I scrolled last night for 2 hours. You know, it felt like 2 minutes. I literally was scrolling stuff about cats, especially when that one little cat, boy, that one girl pushed her little cat, that little itty bitty gray one, and that little mother. There's a reason why the Egyptians worship cats, and I scrolled kitty cats. And some of y'all's channels and stuff too. Hi, Michelle Knight. Are you good enough for heaven? Yeah. Anybody is. Ever lied or stolen before? Ever lusted or hated anyone before? Well, hold on now. Hold on before you go all super Christian. You know, because everybody can hit themselves upside the head with their own Bible. You know, but yeah, I've done some stupid. It's called. You're a dumbass. I've been a dumbass before. I'm a dumbass. Bonafide, certified, grade A, first class. You're gonna make me play music, even though somebody who called me about a week ago, drunk. I didn't know that they were gonna ask me for some money. But in our conversation, they said, yeah, you suck at guitar. Then they asked me for some money. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. Grade A, bona fide, certified first class. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. Come with me. Grown-up class. Grown-up classes, they're lots of fun. Teach you not to get drunk, run around with a gun. I like grown-up classes. I went to them. How to not be a dumbass. Hi, Alan. Hi, Turkey. Yeah, Turkey note. Oh, that's my song. Who did I find? What found me? What's his name? Shunya Murti. Shunya Murti. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? I'm a dummy. Uncle Skin. Folks, if you want to hear a contemporary musician who, I mean, he plays kind of a country sort of soul blues, but he could play anything. It's Uncle Skin. Once you hear him sing, I mean, it's just something dimensional. And he's so humble. And he's a skywatcher. He does the time lapses. You know, when there's like 8 different directions of atmosphere blending and stuff. Yeah. Shunya Murti. And I found him, or he found me, the algorithm, which is why I can't wait for my spaceship. You guys are going to love my spaceship story. And you're all welcome. I figured that you could probably come 2 at a time for visits. Then if we're smart, we could get a 2 or 3 bedroom spaceship, the school of the empath. Telling you. Men who actually act like fathers. Not that I was a good father. Men who have no more desires of the flesh, who girls can trust, because that's something I mentioned earlier in the video. Nobody wants to go on dates anymore. Nobody trusts anybody over drinking age, you know. But men who can really walk with the honor of what could be called so many amazing things. Just gentlemen, brotherly, fatherly, you know, and true to himself, and fine and content to get the fire going and make some s'mores. Because I need a little help making s'mores. I saw little s'more holders today at the grocery store. I've never seen them. Technology is an amazing thing. But I'd have to fill out a resume, do a background check, a health check, a psychology check, a tire check, just to see if anybody wants to help me make s'mores. It's incredible how lonely it is out here anyway. Ayo, it's Gus. Hi, Clammy. Oh, that's weird. Hi, Lily. Uncle Scan. Not the school of the empath. Because I'm getting smart. Army don't make mistakes. Somebody told me, I was like, how do I go shopping? I'm going to go to the mall. And they were like, why? Go to the thrift store, Seven. And I was like, yep. Because when I go to the mall or Gap or anything, everything looks the same anymore. And I know it's all mass produced in the Philippines or Southeast Asia or something, but 14-year-olds trapped in. And a buddy here gave me this shirt the other day. He's like, hey, man, when I was in prison, I forgot I had this. I just got out. It don't fit me no more. Put on a couple pounds. Looks like it'll fit you there. Put it on. Try it on. Try it on. Try it on. I was like, oh, all right. Okay. And I put it on. And I was like, well, shit. I'm going to start going to thrift stores. Hey, Uncle. I look. The last two videos, I'm telling you, last night I put on one of his songs and I just let it play all the way through. That's another person who makes me remember that from conception to the quality of the real, much less sharing it, is a journey that is almost getting sucked in, I like bugs. I like bugs too. I do, especially spiders. I'm obsessed with spiders these days. Why? Aside from the fact that they're, very present, I don't know. And things like this are starting to manifest in your surroundings. Things like me finding Shunya Murti and moving into this house and starting to find spiders in the bathroom where there's moisture and it's, humid a couple times a day, obviously. And they're in there. And some of them are beautiful. Those long, thin with the green, with a real shiny kind of blue thorax and stuff. I just put them on a little piece of toilet paper, take them outside. I swear they understand what I'm saying. I'm like, you don't want to get crushed, do you? Just don't bite me. They're not stupid. Turns out that spiders, when they shoot a web into the air, they're actually positively charged electrically, the web is. And the air, especially if it's humid, is negatively charged. No, Ray, she didn't. Shunya Murti has taken what I learned and what many of us have learned from a great teacher named Thich Nhat Hanh, even though in the West it's pronounced Thich Nhat Hanh. He passed a couple of years ago. But he was a great Buddhist teacher. And he taught in the West. And he was able to blend Christianity and any other school of religious thought or theological leanings, anything. When it came to any sort of spirituality, he was able to just bust it down in Buddhism and share some of the history. For instance, Buddhism is 2,000 years older than Christianity. Buddhism, the art of emptying of oneself, of problems and issues and desires and just enjoying being is akin to the Holy Spirit. And Shunya Murti, Thich Nhat Hanh was from Vietnam and had a very pronounced accent and knew 3 or 4 languages and was a tremendous teacher. Shunya Murti is American. And is my senior to a degree, maybe by 15 years at most. But he reminds me of who I will be. It's interesting that he reminds me, but I'm aware of my mortality, of my age, of what an honor it is to be this old, first off. To have made it thus far is huge, huge. And to not be a 54-year-old still running around pretending I'm 20 or trying to fit in. Or I wanted to watch the other day, boy, along with the Xbox, because I'm finally out of debt after being in this group home for 6 months. I've saved up, and I had enough money to just do what so many people do right now, which is show everybody that I've got a little something and insulate myself more from the world with video games and movies. And of course, I'm in this little shithole place with a bunch of thieves and fucking ex-cons. So if I were to get a 50-something inch screen TV, not them particularly, but somebody who's been here before that breaks in like dude tried to do today, might come steal it. So I haven't gotten anything. Nothing. And I don't need to show off. I told people at a meeting the other day, I want to kind of go spend some money. And then I thought, well, I want to go to a casino. And then I thought, well, no, I'll stop with the Xbox and a watch. And then I thought, you need tires. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. It fits in any key. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. About to go get Xbox. You need new tires. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. I thought you are a first class, bona fide, grade A, boiled dumbass. Just boiled just to perfection. Hi, Gandalf 3330. You staple? I remember back when I was 54, good old days. John Boy, I didn't know you were older than me. I thought you were my age, but you got that youthful thing about you, which is something that we could do a whole 3-hour video on. My daughter used to call me a man child. I used to get so mad. Go to your room. Now I realize, sort of befitting actually, man child. I'd like to name a band, man child. And you're talking to me, I'm a man child. Shunyamurti. To hear him so clearly break it down, the fact that my problems mostly come from my ego, my imagination, my past definitely had a lot to do with shaping who I am. If I consider that I have free will, no, I don't, unless I can break free of said passing of certain moments and maybe critical areas of my life. But like I said a minute ago, I made it. And I am one of those men who can be that Christ figure, that Buddha figure, that older man. I don't have to be a fake ass older man trying to be younger man, still doing stupid young man shit, which is thinking with the lesser of my two heads. I can actually go ahead and be an older man with some rather youthful qualities, as long as I manage my life well and eat some of this bananas, oranges, and apples I got over there, because I do. I've been telling people for a couple of months now, you see me in my videos, I'm always, somebody told me, Seven, you need to get the fuck out of that men's group home. That place is sucking you dry. And I realized, shit. And last week, when that truck driver came and was talking about things that have to do with his ego, in such a powerfully charged environment with so much metal around and so much riding on the line and time, and yet for all of it to need to stop for me to do what empaths do, which people are going to be trying to tap into more. It's just, hold on, wait, what you doing? Talk to me. I need somebody like you can understand. Yes, I can, but not right now. Because I didn't realize his shit was wrapping itself around me, and here I am, literally seeing his wife sitting at home all bummed out, and I can see the younger chick who doesn't give a shit, and I can see it all, and that's remote viewing. That's why I say you'll never hear me do a video. I remote view. We'll get into that later, because I do get drawn into something that I see, like the Bush estate in Paraguay, where the world's third freshwater aquifer is. I do see things, but I don't want to. I don't ask for it ever. So there I am, and all of a sudden, this huge thing slips off, and I'm just like, wow. I just let this man not just rent space in my head, but actually sort of program a little bit of failure, because he's miserable. Has been for a while. Has been planning his escape from, and we all, he's still doing stupid shit. When somebody asked earlier, are you still fucking around? No. And having that kind of power, that kind of silent control, makes me realize that I can handle growing up some more and letting go of more of my ego. Now that I can trust myself. And Shunya Murti just breaks it down so simply. First, I found some really neat Indian kind of reggae music, and I was studying because I found it. The algorithm put it on my feed one day, this really interesting sitar Eastern music, and I loved the pentatonic scales. My brother's good at them. Then I was able to I found my algorithm, somehow my feed put Shunya Murti up. Now, my mom just passed around my birthday, a week before my birthday. And she and I used to have a sangha, which is a Buddhist word. I'm not sure if it's Tibetan, but it means a prayer group. And she would study Thich Nhat Hanh with me and Buddhism. So I'm somewhat familiar with what Shunya Murti was presenting and does present still to this day. Has been recently. Went live today. He's this older white cat. Wears little Rasta beanies and stuff. All comfortable with his little toga hookup on. People just sit there. Got a great mic system. He's on social media and he just breaks it down. We are in the Kali Yuga. We're in the end, the beginning of the end right now. And it is okay. You are not taboo or weird or the aforementioned black sheep, though we were. Though people may still shun you or look askance or sideways or mumble a little bit. Not that they are. It's only someone with serious fucking ego issues who would care if anybody is whispering or cares about what we're doing. We're the ones. And I say that not lightly. You never hear me talk about star seeds, chosen. I never call myself any of that. But I'm starting to wonder. Here I am a month ago just struggling. No extra money. It's a Thursday, the day before I get paid, and I got $20 just gas. It's a half-hour drive to work, every bit of through the hood, and some cigarettes. I'm like, shit. I stop at the store and I get one Monster, a pack of smokes, and like $5 in gas. I look at the receipt and it's $7.77. I still got that money. Where is it? No, yeah, I cussed a little bit. This channel is not for squeamish, super Christian perfect. It's just not, man. It's I got the receipt still. Then a couple days later, because I'm living in this place, realizing that so much of this does have to do with quantum entanglement. I mean, for instance, to procrastinate right now is the kiss of death. Oh yes. To sit too long, letting the voices now that are prevalent in society, even though very few people talk about them, except for people like Shunyamurti. He breaks it down. You're all hearing voices. I know you are. And he's an old Buddhist badass. He can sit there. You can't argue what's happening to mankind right now. Legion is unleashed, folks. Matt Cook, you have been triggered too easily. John Boy knows before I do. You all know me before I do. Sometimes it seems triggered. Sometimes most of my life in very bad ways. I think that a lot of MK Ultra-esque Havana syndrome stuff is all starting to come bubbling to the surface. But for me, I don't care anymore because I've been prepared to be on that hill tonight at a new spot, just as good as the old one. If not, I have my choice because I'm so tuned to the sky that it's insane. And it seems to manifest sometimes. Captain Spaulding? I don't think so. I know. No. The sky triggers me. I'm tuned perfectly for this moment in time. So it's not a coincidence. So after the receipt, believe me, I paid attention to that because I never get 7 cents. Nothing ever costs $7.77. But I'm able to tune into that. And not in some selfish, narcissistic way. A lot of you will appreciate this. I'm sensing how many other 1,000,002 people at that exact moment all over the world are seeing 777 or any combination of sevens. Hi, Empath Ninja, what's up? Hi, 731 Jace. Then a couple days later, after not procrastinating and after exercising a few other disciplines that I know are critical and essential right now, being a chosen, being a one, and yeah, to a degree, being under the microscope. But is that not the Truman Show for everybody? Truly, we're not unique in that respect, aside from our shine. But getting a grip, I'm sensing that's a sign. Keep that, just like you keep your feathers. And have some gratitude for that exact moment, because you got $3 left, and that ain't enough for shit. But you got cigarettes, a mocha, and living in the conditions I've been in for the last 6 months, I'll go up there and drink me some water. I don't care. I'm hydrated. I can come down here. I've learned to really not equate things to if it's sugary and tasty enough. Shit's wet and I'm hydrated, I'll get something else tomorrow. It can wait. Then later on that day, I get to work and boom, my paycheck was deposited a day early. So I'm like, oh shit. Because I recognize it and I've got gratitude instead of grumbling, now, damn, I only got $3 left in this cigarette. It ain't gonna last me 2 days. I'm way I fucking smoke. Of course, I gotta hide that and not talk about, my mocha. I'm used to having 3 mochas. Always got a backup. Now I got 1 million. How am I gonna make that last all day? Shit, that's the old crackhead in me coming out. I'm addicted to these motherfuckers. Need to go Monsters Anonymous. Life doesn't suck. Life doesn't suck. The mocha's half full. The mocha's half full. The next thing I know, I get a text from an apartment complex that I'd driven by since I wasn't procrastinating, wasn't submitting and surrendering to all the voices in my head that tell me that it's the end of the world if I don't have a mocha, because I'm sitting there like, well, shit, it's better than a beer. All of a sudden I get a text, and the apartment place, guess what the address is? Just come on, just take a fucking while. It's 7777. I can see why somebody in the CIA and FBI and all that shit fears me. I can see why they unsubscribe people all the time, hide everybody's comments. It makes me look like an insensitive, selfish asshole. I got a comment from somebody a couple days ago. Hi, Seven. I've been watching you for years. Just want to let you know that I've been unsubbed for a while now, and you never comment back, and it really hurts. I used to even help you out. Bye. Have a good life. And I was like, shit. I commented back, I'm sorry about that, man. Kind of ain't my fault. You know, I go to look and see the comment a minute later, and it's gone. So much gets killed between conception and completion. I mean, people like us, we're fucking walking keys to the zodiac, and we don't even know it, because this world beats us down. If it can. And back to the empath thing, back to being a person who exercises, much less displays, much less exercises and displays openly, much less opens and displays openly and somewhat musically, much less colorfully. Empathy for others, or how's it going? Fuck, you show up where I'm at and there's a little refrigerator that has been there for years. I cleaned it out and stuff. Now you come down to my place, I'm like, I got Gatorade, soda pops, waters. Don't touch my mochas. Okay, well, yeah, I like you. So. You know, this gentleman shit behooves me. It really does. You know, and we're going to need more of this. And I'm going to do this. You know, this place, 7777. So I get in touch with the main office. And the young lady that works there, her name is Destiny. So I set up an appointment to check out the unit, the spot I'm getting. And I'll tell you why it resembles a spaceship. You know, and young Miss Destiny, you know, young black girl, got dreadlocks, dresses like she's from like old school, very conservative, you know, family. But her name is Destiny. So tell me, you know, tell me why I got any reason not to be, you know, skippity doo dah. I don't care about this shit. No, I don't need it. You don't never hear me talking about help me out here. Fuck that, man. And all this started when I just consistently, you know, knew that I hated this place so much, and life sucked so much, and my back hurt so much, and I was starting to feel old so much. I never eat in this shithole anymore. You know, this is just a real down presser vibe here. And I'm not going to point my fingers at any one person. I'll end up yelling at someone when it's the fucking raccoon's fault. See, my perceptions. But it's time. And I learned all that from kind of really hearing some of the deeper roots of the conditioning through the educational system, through anything from fashion to any sort of, you know, just the social conditioning that we all have endured. But to be able to capitalize, if not build on what I've been doing with just some simple, from grown-up classes, really, how to be a grown-up, is to make more room just to be. Not to be on time, not to be late, not to be anywhere, not to be black or white or part Shawnee or mixed. How much conflict I bring when I have to be anything. Not to be right, nor to be wrong. I've actually learned in stressful, strange situations where people are trying to just talk over me and over each other and everybody and come to me, and all of a sudden it's my turn to talk. I say, is that so? Because as soon as I bring any of being anything, then I'm no longer being. I'm being right. I'm being wrong. I'm being taller, shorter. I'm being the one in charge. I'm being the one following, directions. And I've noticed that this kind of empathic ability that we have, folks, it does make us a target. This is a new guy that started work last week, and he always wears a hard hat. Something to say about a man that always wears a hard hat. Big old thing of 55,000 keys, parks right in the middle of where I put all the big, really big, heavy shit, but you got a hard hat on. He had me out there pulling a bunch of thorn trees, locusts, all of them, a bunch of trees, and I'm climbing in between, and I saw this, what he was doing. It's hot, and he's on a bobcat. He's got a big bobcat, and he's pushing down the trees and pulling them and stuff. And then once he's got enough of them knocked over, I had to stop what I was doing, run all the way out in a big field, and take a big 4-inch nylon strap and go underneath these big thorn trees, these, with thorns that long and stuff. And I really got nailed by one, 2 or 3 of them. Finally, I thought, this is generational for him. I know within a few days he's going to explain the hard hat. He's probably going to explain that the reason why he's here, with me way off over there, clearing a road for future use, is probably because he doesn't fit in and get along well. He doesn't play well with everybody. Probably because he showed up at work one day, went to the bosses and said everybody else wasn't wearing fucking hard hats. So everybody got nailed and had to start wearing not just hard hats, but long sleeve every fucking thing, so forth and so on. Who's Mark Coleman? Hi, Seraphim. Hi, Anonymous. Let me see everybody's names. Hi, Gurk Karenby. Joey. Yeah, that's cool that you all are here. And Empath, you look good, Captain. Sound good. Angie said you look good. Too proud of you and love. Yeah, well, you've been. Hi, 731. Jace. John Boy's still here. Johnny Salinas. Am I related to Captain Spot? I don't even know Captain Spot. Chicken Wing. And I'm fine with Chicken Wing. And don't you love hearing your name spoken by somebody who really enjoys saying your names? It's nice to be part of a frequency. And there, that name is Uncle Skin. When he puts songs out, it's just, just original. Boom. Who plays the drums, by the way? You've got the God particle in you. Yep. Gandalf. You staple. I love people who staple. There's a fucking art form to stapling, buddy. And then once I saw The Office, I'm going to need to borrow your stapler. Yeah. Ah! We're going to move your office in the basement. And so many of us have felt that way our whole lives, folks. And this dude had me crawling around, in a big briar patch for an hour or two. And finally, I got stuck, and I was gonna rage for a second, but I just thought, hold on now, hold on. This is, uh, uh, you know, alpha male to alpha male, and then I peeped him get out of the bobcat at one point because I said it rather loud. I said, this is getting kind of pointless, me climbing around underneath all these thorn trees. Don't you think? Kind of, we've been at it, and finally, he acted like he didn't hear me. Yeah, we're going to kind of switch up the, I thought, good. But I saw him get out of the machine, and he's really bent. So he needs somebody to go over there and do that for him. But it's not going to be me, because there was a mixture of things in there. A little bit of slavery times. The next day, we're at work, and we open these huge bay doors, like it's a big, huge hangar. And he goes at one of them and lifts, and he already knows I can't open these big 6,000-pound doors too far. They don't need to be open all the way for me or my equipment. And he opens one all the way to where you can hear it pop over a lip, and the bay door is all the way open. He leaves early, and I had to use a forklift to shut it. And you don't use forklifts to shut doors. Then the next morning he gets to work early, and he calls me at 7 o'clock. I'm like, hello? I'm on my way to work. He said, where are you? I'm like, on my way to work. Oh, I just didn't know if you're going to stop and, get a couple of nylon straps for me, more dragging those trees. I'm like, I'm on my way. I get to our spot, okay, let's open. I go inside to unlock the big other huge bay doors. He's on the outside looking in. There's a little hole, and I've got gloves on, and my hand gets close, and he kind of sticks his finger in. But I thought to myself, it's a little too early to be playing toesies, because I haven't responded to the thorns in my hands. I haven't responded except for when he walked up this morning. I said, please don't open that bay door all the way again like that, where it goes and makes that click where you can tell that it's locked. He played with the little finger diddly thing. I didn't react to that shit. Later at lunch, we sit down, and he wants to start, see the local news recently, and, some guys got busted, and law enforcement, just messing. I said, I'm not really interested. I really don't take much interest at all in really toxic stuff. Then I turn on my Buddhist music, and he's just not knowing what to do. And as an empath, I felt really uncomfortable for him. And I said, you must excuse me. I'm just very empty these days. My mom just passed. The world is changing. Half of it's on fire. Half of it's flooding. So forgive me. I'm practicing mindfulness, emptiness. Finally, I turned off the music because I realized how much of an affront it is to be mindful, to be free thinking, to be just like people like you. It's almost fucking against the law to ask someone for some peace and silence. So he brings up the hard hat. And sure as shit, he used to work at a big factory down the river, a couple, miles stuff. But, it's the hard hat. And I don't know what the guys had against me because, one day I just noticed nobody else had their hard hats on. And I got a hard hat. I got another one too. It's at home. It's got, red flames. It's got stickers on it from when I was in the Union and stuff. I keep that one. This one here, I take this pretty much everywhere I go. It's just, lets everybody know that and I'm like, wow. And my boss and everybody made it clear, I'm sure, via telephone conversation, look, Seven's not over here, you know, to be your little fucking field hand. He's got the big shit over there that's making money. You're over here costing money. Clear all this shit and leave Seven alone. When he's got time, he'll probably come over and help you. And that's exactly how it's going. I'm not to be fucked with right now, and I'm not used to it. It's really good to truly feel in charge, or at least a bit more in charge of my destiny. Because I realized growing up in Cincinnati, Ohio, with my daddy and the racial climate that it was 50 years ago, being mixed, I am used to ass whooping after insult, after little put down, you know, and then, you know, through my young adulthood, I became self-destructive. It's all I knew. But now, what have I done for 6 months? I've realized, hold on, my daddy's not the problem. Society's not the problem. White people aren't the problem. Black people aren't the problem. Religions aren't the problem. Women aren't the problem. Because the only way that there's a solution is to fix something. Something's broken. And all indicators point to me. So if I'm the problem, then there might be a solution. If everybody else and everything else is the problem, then there's no solution. And that is when I started looking around this place and not, you know, being so scared and still buying a bunch of shit and cramming it in the fridge because nobody has cars here. 2 of us, I think. So everybody who can get to the store buys 18 bags of shit. So there's a wall of stuff that you can't get at because if you take one thing out, it all falls down. And of course, most of the people who do that have left at this point. So I don't eat. Between the people who are watching Game of Thrones upstairs and X-Files 24/7, and the raccoon, I barely sleep, but I've got this superhuman willpower now, and this incredible focus that don't need no superhuman drug like they're on the Joe Rogan shows and shit and all that. I don't need none of that. I mean, I'm almost full with, I'm almost gorging myself on what I feel is somewhat of a responsibility to mankind, if not just myself, to get sunset and sunrise, go to a couple of meetings, do like I did today, go hang out with my younger brother and play some music. Oh my gosh. And then stop by my nephews and give them, you know, a pack of smokes. Because that's my twin son, my twin sister's boy. And I'm, you know, those little things that something can't tell me that it will think about for me. And that upon conception, that if I just hold on, procrastinate a little bit, and allow my mind to wander to any number of things that take me off the mark, then I probably won't go visit my brother because I won't feel this. I mean, my daddy told me a couple days ago, I heard my father speak to me for the first time in a couple of years, and he said, stay in Cincinnati. Because a lot of you know, I like to travel. And when I start feeling responsibility or the Mandela effect or the Groundhog Day effect of the day in and day out, then I want to leave, go on another adventure. And I can. I've proven that time and time again that I will pack up my shit, bang bangs, katanas and all, congas, I'll fit it all in that, you know, and roll out. But I heard my father say, you stay in that city for your brothers. I was like, whoa, Dad, fuck you at? You smoking a joint? Where you at? But nope. I've been waking up each morning for a couple of weeks now with feeling out of place. Reality is different. Well, I'm going to get in my notes. I'm wondering if we might not be entering an event horizon. Why do I say that? For years now, I've been talking about how I can feel the switches or fluxes in the magnetic field of the earth or in the heavy metals that are in my body, a polarization that occurs when I think they're messing with the moisture in the sky, because we're mostly moisture. Many different theories that I have about it. But what I felt today was simply the same thing that happens to your vision. So they say, in theory, when you are caught finally in the event horizon of a black hole, which is that you see the reality on the outside, you see the universe beginning to fold and loop, folding in on itself like dough. And I wonder who is doing that. We're being cycled through alternate timelines, folks. Like a Rolodex. Like the light looping around an event horizon. Because once you're trapped inside of it, you're no longer in this universe, though you can still see it. And it's looping. And it is going really fast. That's how I felt today in that bed while I was taking a nap. I'm tremendously sensitive. And a lot of it has to do with the badassery of being a twin of a girl, born 3 months premature, 2 months premature, and spending the first 3 months of my life in an incubator with a blindfold on. It's like out of that movie, Serenity, when it opens and the dude's like, so you were stupid enough to leave a psychic in a room with military, governments, people in charge of black ops, and things like that. I was alone in an incubator with a blindfold on. What else could I do but listen to the minds of everybody around me? Doctors, PhDs. You kind of get what I'm talking about. People who traveled, I think, definitely to Iceland and Greenland, because I've remote viewed those places before, and I don't know anything about them. They're folding time. I don't know why. But Shunya Murti has actually empowered me to a degree to be able to talk about this stuff in reference to how my being able to balance, my being able to recognize my ego isn't working here. I'm about to get beat up by him. And even though I'm always on time and going to meetings and paying and giving people rides and stuff, I seem to always be in conflict with all these guys. And then I thought, well, maybe I should shut up and get out of here instead of letting myself get trapped in the cycle of so many people these days who are the dragnet, who are bringing down everybody in this feeling of there's no hope. I'm trapped. Sure, if I sit here and go buy an Xbox instead of buying some new tires, and having that discipline, it has really helped change me. And then, I said it at the beginning of the video, but I'll expound on it a bit. Those of you who've just told me, Seven, we appreciate the work you do videotaping the sky and everything that you talk about and stuff, but you are just another brick in the wall. Don't take yourself or any of this stuff too seriously. You know, sit there and compare yourself or expect anybody to watch your videos. It's not that people don't care. People aren't getting notifications. I was like, damn. There I am being a big man child again. Nobody watches my channel. You know, you sit there and you freak out every time there's a plane crash or a fire or anything that has to do with and you're an empath, so we can tell it burdens you, and you're Mr. Captain, you play guitar and stuff, but do you really ever have fun? I was mad at y'all. I was like, hey, tell me. Then I realized, shit. I will scroll for 2 hours and watch kitty cats. They're right. Fruit of the Loom got the cornucopia back. The Mandela effect. Yeah, I don't. Let's just say, don't quote me anything when it comes to the Hadron Collider, because I don't believe any sensational bullshit I see on YouTube anymore. I can say, in reference to whispers in the dark about that thing, you've got those channels that have spooky time story night stuff, and you've heard the stories of things manifesting, popping in and out of reality there. Fortunately, I've taken notes on power grids and oil and so forth and so on, big tech, including the Hadron Collider, so I'll be able to make some actual sense of it. But the movie in particular, the movies, plural, that focus on that thing. Cloverfield Paradox. If you've not seen it, you must. It'll chill your... Hi, Ricky. Hi, Ryan. Do you agree or disagree with cannibalism? Well, I mean, I've got the love and humanity and humility to where, in a situation presented with either that option or to starve to death, I wouldn't have any problem, driving my car right off the Grand Canyon, because it would be fun. And I would figure how many things I could kind of make a lot of noise with, or throw some little M80s out, whatever those little firecrackers are, see how many of them I could get out the window, like light, throw up, before I hit. But I wouldn't do that, and plus I know about the curse of the shrunken head. So just, yeah, it depends on how much you want to live. Now, in Venezuela, for instance, shortly after the dust settled and CNN rolled out, the camera buses left, people began salvaging precious metals out of all the wreckage. And I'm sure that some bodies got stepped over. We haven't seen where humanity is going yet. But, all you need to do is look at Sudan and other war-torn parts of the world to see the depravity of mankind. But again, I'm shifting a lot of my perspective these days, because we need to be afraid again, all of a sudden, of Boko Haram, because the Western media loves getting everybody in a bunch about what's the thing now? Cycloseptic, where the projectile pooping, that, and killer ticks. You gotta look out for those. Iran supposedly is fucking with our water because they're able to just get through everything that we've got. They've got a demolished, fucked up, outdated military, but somehow they got into the U.S. over the last week during, depending on what the stock market was fucking doing and who the pedo politicians were, playing with. And they just decided to come fuck with our water supply. Yeah. As if anybody drinks the fucking water supply, What else there to be afraid of? Oh, Ebola is now supposed to be taking over the shit all over again. It's just a glorified cathode ray tube in a loop. I like that. What are your thoughts on communism? Well, from communism to any sort of power structure in this world, it gets corrupted by men. And men want to kill, fuck, or eat and conquer everything in any order, by the way. Mankind is not living up to its title. And I am incredibly grateful that I was forcibly peeled and stripped out of the lining and the guts and the innards, like fly sticky tape, of the Matrix. Because at 54 years old, it was fated for me to be miserable, middle-aged, but still, running around, traipsing around to, happy hour or young people's meetings or singles groups, which are always just weird. Fuck. I drove by one once, like, what the fuck? Having, accounts on dating sites and shit, and addicted to gambling and pornography. Way still feeling so vindicated and having a couple of beers, even though I know I don't stop at a couple of beers. A couple of 12 packs might suffice. Blaming everything on the past and people around me, and resentful that I, not able to focus, and I would definitely be sitting here with an Xbox. And I'd still be live, maybe, but it would be a whole different me. And would I make a good teacher? No. Would I make a great role model? No. Would I make a good protector for an evening, or any of these other things that the world is going to be critically in need of? No, I don't think so. Couldn't live up to much of anything, really. Not what is to be expected, I think, from people who might have to save the timeline, which is what you might have to. I mean, I'm not sure if it's save the fucking neighbor's cat during a flood. I'm not sitting here talking about some superhero shit, right? Right? Being able to pay attention, and then I'll move on to this Sat Yogi, and to be able to hear him through his lectures described to a T in a way that a Western American middle-aged man, which is to say that out of the audience of the world, we're the densest, to be able to make something so clear to even me is fantastic. To recognize that most of the issues in my life stem from my ego. Not to say that in Cincinnati, with the racist climate of 50 years ago and being stuck right in the middle, that a lot of bullets still don't fly. That I'm not surrounded by a bunch of people who are miserable and therefore would love me to be miserable. Like the guy at work who's told me a couple times, not that he just wasted an hour of my time and drew me into his whole milieu of bad karma, but when I'm loading his truck with these giant things, he'll say, tilt forward. It would just help it all. I'm thinking, tilt forward, why? So that shit can slip off, smash into something, and you can feel better about your miserable life because you know that I just fucked up. Think about that, folks. And of course I'm confused, and of course I contradict myself to a degree. My reaction is going to dictate, my perception is going to dictate how I feel, thus my reaction, regardless of how people are behaving in this world right now. The trick is to become so mindful that you can see 3 or 4 steps ahead of them and not be bitter and resentful and have to say, hey, Johnny's being an asshole, meet you out the parking lot, buddy. But to rather see the quickening, see the hastening of the misery in them, see legion, which now I believe can attach to people, to their karma, to their ideas and their imaginations, their perverse whims and their secrets, which people like us don't have many the fuck of. Except for where my Jolly Ranchers are tucked under the shit over here. I got a couple magazines and shit. Like not magazine, but magazine, but I got a firearm in there. That would be illegal. Nobody said anything about that. You know, people, it's not that people are out to get you. It's just that the demons around them, their history, maybe their lineage and genealogy, but especially their karma, will try to corrupt your toroidal field. Because I got a sneaking suspicion that people like you and I, karma don't even fuck with us anymore. She's like, you know what? I'll let that one be. Be good. No, people will drag me down. I'm just realizing that, you know, I don't have to do like I've done my whole life is wonder why they're pulling themselves, me, the situation down. I liken a lot of things to black holes these days. I really do, because somebody who's just becoming denser and thicker with what this world is doing to everybody, they themselves might have, you know, a limit, an event horizon. Once you get trapped by their gravity, there's no escape. You can see why I make the connection. So Shunya Murti, and then I'll get back to reading my notes. I'm just learning that it is such a relief these days to be building upon what I've sensed for about 10 years now, which is that we've all been conditioned to, in some way, be so traumatized by this world that, and then again, you know, in the Western world these days, particularly, fucking sicko land. It's like if you're 30, then you're used goods, you know, as if we're like, I don't know, people feel old. Why? We are already there. We're here. And again, I mentioned earlier that I think it's fascinating that there's still people who go on National Geographic or just any channel, any given channel will do, and troll. This has been happening forever. It's the same old stuff. Well, no, it's not really. Matt, what do you think about epigenetics? From my understanding, the character traits that pass down from generation to generation. It is just like so many other things from the old world. It's being made into, I don't know, anything from superstition to witchcraft, when in fact their science these days is the real witchcraft. It really is. Genealogy and stuff, generational curses, that stuff is real. Or blessings, or talents, or gifts, or eye color, or yeah. It's interesting that throughout history, witches have been burned, the feminine, women, and yet nobody questioned the men who, in the most evil, demonic ways, were able to burn other people alive. It's in my notes, and I'll get to it later. But this strange attack on the feminine in this world, where even the exchange of, let's say, me, a 54-year-old man who's kind of made a commitment to celibacy, consummate honesty, because I don't need to get into your liquor cabinet, so I ain't got no other reason to bullshit you. And you can trust your kids, your baby, and your dogs, and your cat, and your goldfish with me, and your keys, and your jewelry, and go somewhere and come back, and everything's in the same fucking place. And I've read, some Lord of the Rings to everybody. I love the one Italian comedian guy. What's his name? I forget his name. He's the Italian comedian guy. He's great. He talked about, hey, back when we were all younger, the door was always unlocked. People came over. Hey, knock, knock, knock. Honey, we got guests. The kids would run down the stairs. Hey, who's at the door? The wife would be like, oh, do I look all right, honey? There's guests over. Hey, babe, I'm going to answer the door. Who is it? Hey, look. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing over here? You got the kids, the wife, everybody's here. What are you doing? We were in the neighborhood. Just thought we'd pop in. Brought some flowers. We brought a pizza. I got a couple of beers for you. Got some cigars. Oh, well, come on in. Hey, Lucy and Laney, go get the fucking kids over there. Hey, we baked the cake earlier, so it'll be great. The pizza, the cake. I love it. Come on in. The game's on. You guys go over there. The girls go over here. You go over there. Kids, you all go outside. The creek's full of water. Oh, it is, Daddy? Yeah. While you guys were upstairs earlier, finishing your homework and all that, it rained real hard and the creek's overflowing. And the kids would be outside. That was great, Life is good, man. That creek hadn't done that in a couple of weeks now, They were out there splashing. Hey, don't drown your sister. Be all right. Should be all right. And that's what kids learn. They fall, they drown. Be all right. Now it's like, knock, knock, knock. Babe. Somebody's at the door. Oh, it's the Reaper Man. It's the bill collector. It's the cops. Babe. What happened? I forgot to tell you. I got to pull over at a joint. Is it your brother John? Yeah, I think so. He's on crack. What's he going to do? Is he here to rob us? Kids, go there. Lock everything down, baby. Turn off the light. Act like we're not here. Crazy. We're already there. We're in the days of the Black Castle. And I know there's some people in some witchcraft CIA shit that are like, how does he know about that? It's because I remote view all your spooky asses. I don't even see why. It all comes down to caviar and really expensive billiards and stupid shit. Checkerboard motifs. You all love... The third secret of Fatima is starting to manifest in the sky. What they do in that sky is a witchcraft and an alchemy and a demonic show every single day and night, like clockwork, in those clouds to hide the sky. I mean, a tornado watch in the whole tri-state area tonight, and I'll bet it's lifted by now. Lake Mead is at like a couple of inches. Millions of people are days away from their entire... You can't call it life, folks. You need to call it their realities being shaken. People are waking up by the millions every day all over this planet with not just their lives, not just their job, not just their neighborhood or their house or their school, not just their boyfriend or their girlfriend, their husband, their entire reality shifting. And part of why I mention the Truman Show is because, as an observer, as somebody particularly protected, because I think that Cincinnati, the home of General Electric and Procter and Gamble, this place is protected. It's the home of the Masons. There was electricity here 100 years before it was anywhere else in the world. There's something about this place. It's an hour away from Serpent Mound. MUFON moved here 10 years ago, which I thought was incredibly strange. And NASA has a helicopter that flies around with all these sensors, probes, and shit sticking out of it. This is a very strange place. There's a huge, unfinished subway system here that's sealed off. It's a very strange... Hey, Seven. Hi, Ineku. Is that moderator Addie still around that called me a Nazi and got me? Is that... Well, let me make sure that... Yeah, let me not come to... I'm just going to add you as a moderator so that shit doesn't happen again. No, let's... I've very much been understanding that this channel is going to be made to seem as a battleground or a place where people can be quick to be offended or offensive. Something in the Mandela effect, I think, takes place. I certainly will look and see something and be bent out of shape and realize that I misread a letter. Again, my perceptions, I'm realizing, to my benefit, are 98% wrong, and that if I just slow down and stop and not to say that there aren't some misunderstandings and arguments and stuff, but I think that I'm pretty certain that this channel, number one, people are going to get a good sense of the fact that I'm sort of innocently just flying by the seat of my pants, trying to capture sunset and make some sense in my own heart of what's going on, why people are at each other's throats and stuff. But I'm pretty innocent in most instances. And number two, it's more of an organic, down-to-earth, like soul food kind of channel. So there are going to be things that are going to try to tear it apart from the inside out. Addie is one of the smartest, most compassionate, prayerful people I know. And you have always been a powerhouse of kindness and support. Talk about being supportive of me. Jesus, what would I do without the handful of you that the algorithm allows through? So I'm sorry for that. Is that, no, yeah, I'm sure that it was a misunderstanding because something is taking advantage of every single opportunity. And I'm telling you, it's legion. It is so... I know that sounds a little too, extravagant or baroque, but legion is unleashed. Hi, Duds. Well, thank you for commenting. The algorithm would love me to have folded a long time ago. I mean, Demania and the dimensional flux, all these strange things, which are highly financed, by the way. If you ever forget, I'll fucking remind you that we are up against the most well-financed, patient, well-equipped, malevolent institutions and forces in the world, and they've been preparing for this for generations. We are up against powers and entities, honestly, that if we did truly know, we would wither, we would quail, we would probably, I would, sometimes I do sense exactly what I'm up against. But you know what? It's been trying to take me out since I was born. I've been in the dark. I've been in the slime of whatever you could call the places that Legion inhabits and where it traps somebody's soul. I was there. And then one person, a prayer warrior, reached their hand down into that slime to their own detriment. It's not like they had a glove on or anything, spiritually speaking. Their finances, their family reached down and pulled me out and taught me how to pray. Something I'd never learned. Back to Lake Mead. But for a miracle, this is happening. This lake is drying up, and it provides the power for hydroelectric energy, for hydroelectric plants. The rationing of water that's going to occur in places like California. I guess it's not going to be enforced. It's not mandatory, but that will soon follow. See, auto type hit you because it's not Steven at 7. He's my cousin. I'm his blue-eyed cousin. I'm pretty sure. Psych, I'm kidding. No, I'm not related to Obama, but I definitely can relate to the man. I really can. I admit it now. I never would have admitted that 2012. Shit. I called the Sean Hannity show one day. I was on hold for 2 hours. I was like, Sean, my name is Seven, and I have one thing to say. Because I remember when Obama was on the campaign. I mean, this is how, again, patient and coordinated these people are. Because when he was running for office, he wasn't even president yet. He was on the campaign trail for other people running. He gets up on stage and he did not put his hand under his heart during the Pledge of Allegiance. That was weird. But then he did get up and he was talking about, they don't want young people to get out and vote. They don't want old people to get out and vote. And then I was like, don't say it, nigga. Do not fucking do this. Don't do this. They don't want black folks to get out and vote. And I was like, fuck. I mean, I'm still livid. And I called Sean Hannity and he let me talk. I was like, I just want to ask you, Obama, I'm black and I'm going to get out and vote. I was so fucking mad. I mean, it's just going to be weird to see what happens out west, especially with Lake Mead. The Amazon right now. I mean, since when did people let oil companies and logging companies into the Amazon? Well, they have, and they're destroying it. Oregon is on fire. And Michelle Roos is in Oregon. And it's like burning. And again, to the trolls, that's just far out in the middle of nowhere. These fires are totally normal. Well, I mean, no, they're not. how long they burn. The fact that there are these things called fire clouds now or something. What's that? Because I could do a whole 5-hour segment on the fact that ever since World War II, when Oppenheimer and them were getting ready to start testing nuclear fucking explosions, one of them said, how do we know we're not going to set the atmosphere on fire and the whole world burns? Somebody's, fuck it, we don't know. Because that's how these people are. Because they're all Jack Parsons. They are. It's not the fucking who was the rocket scientist dude? Werner von Braun. That was at least somewhat normal cat. Nor the Eisenhowers, nor exactly the Stalins or any of them. People like Jack Parsons are the sick fucks that are really behind all this stuff, folks. And the reason why I mentioned earlier that all the science that they're talking about now seems to really be the true spell, the true witch's shit, man, that we're all, myself, first in line eating up. How huge space is and shit like that. The Big Bang and all that. I mean, it rained fish a couple of weeks ago, some of the fuck were whispering, no, I'm his cousin. Shane Valera. I'm not really his cousin, because I don't want to get, I wouldn't want to like piss off the Obama family. I'm not, they might be insulted by that. That's plagiarism or some shit. It's a compliment though. Thank you. I mean, all this UFO hype, all this disclosure, all fucking year is his fault. Because he was just on 60 Minutes minding his own fucking business. Somebody asked him, so, what do you think about Area 51? And Obama was like, Area 51? Not an Area 51. Old storage facility. No aliens. I mean, I know there's stuff going on, but all of a sudden the next day Trump says, hey, you shouldn't have been talking about that. It's classified. Nobody gives a fuck. Trump is such a hater. Leave fucking Barack alone. Can't help it that he's not aging and has perfect teeth. I don't leave him. Give a brother trouble. And I might not have agreed with his politics or foreign policy shit, but leave that motherfucker alone. Him and Michael are doing fine. But all of a sudden, he shouldn't have been talking about it. I'm the only person that gets to, so now I'm going to order the Pentagon and the War. What do they call them now? They change the shit up. It's not the War Department anymore. It's the UFO. Everybody's going to have to come out with all the UFO stuff now. Because I told them to, not him. Me. And nobody's come out with shit but some neat pictures in the stars. Ooh, more grainy pictures. Tornadoes. But all the weather cleared up after sunset. Fuck, I hate that. Sorry. So it's 50 degrees Celsius in India over the last couple of days. 50 degrees Celsius. That's like 120. They only come out with UFO news when there's something they need to distract us with. You're so right about that. Ow, the ringing. Damn. Whew, it's gotten more pronounced over the last couple of months. Ow, that fucking hurt. Ow. Usually happens when I'm starting to talk about something that they don't want me to fucking talk about. Ow. Ooh, that lit me up. Yeah, I mean, not one man out of the thousands of people involved with or connected with this island, not one of them has so much had a pair of handcuffs on. The only person, as you all know, is that woman. Ow! fuck? It usually doesn't persist that long either. That shit. That woman. I mean, in this, I mean, tell me I'm wrong for being excited that I got approved for this little place. I'm getting it in a couple days. And it's going to have a couple of boneless couches for when you all come visit. And water stacked up on the whole front wall because it'll stop ordnance. A whole bunch of MREs and peanut butter. Crystals. And it's going to be, you know, wired with CO2 at the fucking doors. We all go out with a bang. She got immunity to give her testimonies. She gave basically no information, and she's now in minimum security prison. Yeah. Flavia Vieira. Flavio Vieira. Flavio Vieira. But I'm sure you don't pronounce it like that. That'd be retarded as fuck. You'd be ever get Flavio Vieira. No. She got immunity. And now she's fucked. Everybody else walks free. Including, who's that slimy scumbag piece of shit old man that was in court and his lawyer leaned over and said, if you say another fucking word, I'm gonna fucking kill you. That old scumbag. Yeah. I mean, you'll get it, folks. Distracting us. You know. Oh, go figure. I'm talking about one of the most sensitive topics on the planet, and it buffers. But everything works for a reason. I was buffering bad. Remember that a couple of weeks ago? Or a couple of months ago? It just sucked. My videos were becoming useless. And one of who I thought was a great friend deleted all my videos. Internet didn't work. My life sucked. And, you know, one of the dudes up here got internet. I just give him $10 a month. No, it's horrible. Why I'm getting that apartment. Why I'm just going to fucking... The whole inside is going to be one big Faraday case. Tinfoil from wall to ceiling. Everything is going to be made... Or just the whole place, is, you know. Because this world is fucked. It's being run by demonic men. And I don't need to do a big old fancy fucking channel. You know the couple of things that motivate piece of shit men. Sex. You know. Fast, expensive cars and boats and shit. And more sex. And then they get sick of that, so they move to other stupid shit. You know, and then they all have secrets, and then they use secrets against each other, and then it spills over into the business world, and nobody can cap the leak. And they'll blame it on the woman. I mean, the fucking Bible blames it all on the bitch. It's incredible how mankind just is in essence the world's being run. Not saying that all men are like this, because I'm certainly not. Just used to be a piece of shit to a degree, but I didn't realize that it's okay. You know, if I go to a bar and I want to, you know, hook up, and if that's how my mind is wired, and the consequences, including those of the heart, don't make any difference to me, then so what? Everybody's doing it. Sex is socially acceptable now. Blah, blah, blah. Getting drunk. You know, not knowing where my keys are the next day. All that stuff. And there's just a glut of that happening right now. It's shocking that it can all be blamed on, or at least the consequences fall on, women. and I'm just going to take more of a stance, you know, in my, not in my words, but in my actions, which I am anyhow. I'm already doing. I've noticed, because women crave seeing that fucking superhero out there, and there are so few. And men that do have a certain savoir-faire to them, you uh, know it, and they're cocky about it, and you can tell they're all swole and fucking chest shaved and shit, and smile, and it's like, damn, do you get your teeth whitened like 3 times a month, or and versus the man that can just blend into the woodwork and just be there when you need him. We're already there. Third secret of Fatima type shit. I don't know if that's necessarily made up, but I'll just use it, sort of as a blanket concept. People like us are able to sense, like I said, the quantum flux as an event horizon. For years, I've wondered, damn, Seven, one of the reasons why your channel really it doesn't go nowhere is because people who are able to show pictures of shit so that people can visualize what it is that you're saying. Well, when I'm lying in bed and I feel what I've always said, time shift, or I become time sick, I'll sneeze, my stomach will feel like it's turning inside out. But when I'm real still, I can feel this strange physical sensation. Oftentimes it's like electricity tingling up my leg. That's in the middle of the night at bedtime usually. There are multiple different sensations, the ring in the ear and stuff. But when it comes to, show me Sasquatch, what's up? Hi, Bushcrafter. Sasquatch, I'm glad you're doing. You went to the astral plane once. It was under strange circumstances, but need to attract. Whispering Rain, cool name. Yeah. And again, I don't try to pinpoint and suggest I know what the fuck is going on at CERN. Are you kidding? I don't do that. But I was able to distinctly recall that what I felt today was like a hula hoop inverting. Uh, not just turning. A Mobius strip is what I felt. Like the little cart tracks that we used to have, put it part up the wall and the part come back down on the floor, and then the part twisted and looped. But it's a little bit more complicated than that now. It's the feeling of beginning to flip inside of an event horizon. Knowing that reality, knowing that existence, time, everything that had to do with where I was from, I will never get back to because I've been separated through a distortion in the space-time continuum. And it feels like stepping into a very soft, huge event horizon. From what I understand in my very, very limited research of black holes, which again are a theoretical concept. I don't give a fuck how many PhDs somebody has. The theory of a black hole is theoretical. The effect of the gravity of a black hole, not so much. It's pretty provable. That being said, a small black hole is a terrible, torturous thing to get sucked into. One is shredded. One's atoms are shredded to a subatomic level, even to its protons, neutrons, and electrons. A large black hole, the event horizon might not even be detectable. So no wonder the algorithm is pumping on my feed constantly what I call my researching into black holes. Why is this flip, mute, hide live video, effects picker? What? Why did my phone just do all that? No, Seven, you're going to start pushing buttons and then you're going to break it. No, close all that. Just don't touch it. How's Silver doing? Her other dog died. You know, the alcohol has got her. And her event horizon, flippy flip mode of reality on the outside, never to be touched again. She's almost there, you know. But it's just the alcohol. Same with me. You know, that's my twin. I'm not gonna sit here and she's sick. You know, when it comes to the deeper underlying problems, I mean, my brother was with her today to help her bury the dog, and she's trying to tell him how to dig the hole that's happening. You know, and he just had to say, please. You know, she cannot stand being around other people and their joy. And she's so drunk all the time, you know. All these years, all those videos she put out about me and all the videos, narcissist, it's all about her. You know, I went to help her that last month that my mom was still alive, and you know, she called me all week when we said, "I'm sorry, please come over, spend some time with me." So I finally go over there on a Sunday, start playing some Hindu meditation music, and begin to rub her forehead. She begins to kind of respond just ever so slightly. My twin sister runs in the room, hair flying like she's fucking possessed, because she is. She's indwelt as fuck after flatlining twice at 3 o'clock in the morning. And rips the blankets off my mom. You know, like a humiliation ritual. The last 8 years of my mom's life was like that. Nobody coming over to fucking visit. Nobody allowed over. My sister had a make-believe restraining order against Seven. I mean, those last couple of days, my sister was so fucking drunk. My mom, you know, and my sister's running around. Mommy! Mommy! Calling one family member, you fat motherfucker. Calling another family member, you motherfuckers. Just, I've never, I can't believe that my twin is not just mean, not just drunk all the time, not just super, super selfish in that I think she tortured my mom for those last 8 years as my mom was vulnerable. Because my mom let us all go through my dad. I think my twin sister tortured her for that, and especially those last couple of fucking days and nights. My mom died with my twin sister reeking of claw, not having showered or bathed, and just fucking funky, running around, Mommy, bedpan or toilet. Evil walks this fucking earth, man. And I'm living in a house full of it. My twin displayed it. It's in the streets. It's in the hood. I keep my 9 on my fucking passenger seat when I come in and out of the ghetto. And the reason why I'm so bold and don't mind talking, because I quit talking shit about her, man. I've always tried to go, yeah, my sister. You know, I went and hung out with her, and we buried the first dog that died from sheer boredom and sadness. I don't think she ever took them motherfuckers for a walk. Ever. Them dogs just sat there, watched my mom die, watched my mom get tortured, watched my twin run around, you know. So she had my mom cremated, which is cool. When my dad passed in 2022, somebody in my family got all of us our own urn. You know, that was cool. Yeah, I asked her about a week ago, last time we spoke, sis, you know, because she's, I'm going to take them and throw them all up the, and then give the rest of them to my daughter. And I was like, well, how about us? You know, maybe do like somebody did for us with dads, you know, give everybody a cute little urn. You know, no, she was divided enough in life. So I'm talking to somebody who kept my mama trapped and isolated from her whole family for 8 years straight. Drunk. And my mom hated alcohol. Drunk, walking around talking shit about me doing video and stuff. Still using my mom to try to control us boys. And I said, okay, hey, you're the boss. Cool, sis. Bet. And I hung up and I blocked her. Because if she's calling everybody in the family names, but drunk and excusable for it because she's on the government dole for trying to kill herself, so everybody's supposed to. I mean, my point is that you're not supposed to talk to mean people. You are not allowed. It is not politically correct. It is not socially acceptable to say to mean, vindictive people, you know what, you're mean and vindictive. But now the whole fucking family knows it. And I realized that now that my mom is dead, my twin sister is still going to try to use her ashes to hurt her brothers, her twin brother and other two brothers. And I was like, that's a demonic touch way beyond my fucking pay grade. So I don't care. Because my twin sister is a survivor. And like my younger brother said today in his studio as we played music together, he needing to recover from being around her to help her. You know, it's interesting how much of a fucking black fatigue, because me and her kind of black, but she's black fatigue / the Karen from hell, you know, fucking, and can't even, you know, she'll fight and beat my ass because I'm skinnier than her and fucking, you know, but when it comes to doing something like work or digging a hole or something, then who does she call? Me and my brother. See what I'm saying? She's fucking lazy, drunk, you know, and won't even let somebody dig the fucking hole right, you know, and then is gonna keep these ashes, and that's her food because she doesn't eat. Been living in a house with my mom alone for 8 years, and when I did finally go over there, you know, I looked in the sink and there's never been anything cooked in that kitchen. The sink was used for incense. Like some old lady with Alzheimer's and dementia needs to be breathing thick fucking incense all day with somebody who doesn't cook, drinking claws. And that's when I realized that, you know, I would think that you've got some mindful brothers like me and my brother Lucky especially, both willing to just wipe the slate clean. Mom's passed. We're all still here. She'd prefer that we mindfully make a beautiful new start at our family. But no, she's sitting there hoarding, you know, just waiting for one of us to ask, as we did, as my younger brother did today as well. Sis, you think that we could divvy up mom's ashes, have something? Nope. And that's demonic. That is being in control of I mean, I hate to say it, but thank goodness my mom finally did go home. Because she had to retreat into her Alzheimer's, non-communication, Non-responsive, just slowly. Because if she'd done it too quickly, my twin sister would say, "What are you doing?" And would have shocked the shit out of her. And, the last words out of my twin sister's mouth in front of my mom a month ago is when I went to meditate. Started playing some Buddhist meditation music. Gently rubbed her head. My sister runs in, yanks the blanket off. My mom's nude except for big blue stripes from bed sores, I suppose. Strange. It was ritualistic as fuck, man. I've never seen anything so detailed and sick. I'm like, "Sis, what are you doing?" "Look, motherfucker." Those are the last words my twin sister said to me while my mom was alive. All because I have the curse of awareness. That's it. That's all it takes, folks, for any one of us to find ourselves, interestingly, on the side of everything seeming to fall apart. It is because there is a forced, focused frequency of demonia. There are spells being cast over the world right now. And unlike most NPCs, unlike most people who just, "Well, they're what? What are the signs? How can you tell?" Look up. It rained right at sunrise today and right at sunset. And then the sky cleared. In minutes. And what I'm talking about with social media is it's incredible because it's either AI these days or the least threatening, possibly strange, threatening thing, and people are just salivating. And I thought to myself, shit, I was going to comment on the storm chase. Dude, this will clear at sunset in all the tri-state, and it sure as shit, I'm sure it did. Nobody can make the connection. And we live in this society. I'm sure you've heard it, but I will repeat it because I think it's quite strange. Our language, the grimoire of the particularly American English, where we work all week and then we have the weekend where we're just weekend as we support a war economy. Really, it is. It's not sports. It's not pizza. It's not stuffed animals. So we send our soldiers off, our soul dyers. It's incredible. Some of the words that we use, some of the phrases, some of the terminology that we use. As our leaders, both politicians and I'm sure in the private sector and in the industrial sector, as these people are running around doing what the fuck they're doing. Back when I was a kid, missing children were on the back of milk cartons. And buses. We believed in the search for, and now hundreds of thousands of children. You think about the open borders. Well, these sick fucks like a varied palate, and that is a big part of what's up. It just is. My whole lifetime, the top people of the world in money and finance and law and business and military have been scheming for their own little perverse shit. And now we're all going to have to pay the price for it because something's coming back. There is a reckoning. I don't exactly do all that brimstone and fire stuff, but I just think that something out there heard the cry of one too many children. There's actually rumors now going around the internet that people that work on those huge shipping container boats, many of them are quitting because they hear people screaming from inside the containers. I've often said that I think the world reminds me of a gas station somewhere in Kansas. You know, where you realize you got a 2 hour and a half stretch where there's no gas stations, nothing. So you make sure that you stop. I think the Earth is like that. You know, there's all kinds of research showing that we're in this void, kind of our solar system's kind of in an empty little spot. Nobody's clearly said what's past the Oort cloud and so forth. But that movie Men in Black was cryptic as fuck at the end when that nasty cockroach sumbitch tries to take the girl, and dude's like, "Why are you taking her?" And he's like, "I'm gonna need a snack." You think about the void of space around this realm that we're in, and how and what's really out there. And it just seems as if this isn't a collection hub, a fucking hangar for interdimensional, a conglomerate. I've heard, there's a lot of interest, for instance, in the Avatar movies. Some actually say, to my extreme interest, that it's somewhat of a rendition of something that might have happened in the past with the giant trees, which I'm almost certain existed in the world. Even in some of the ancient geological reports and prehistorical reports of what the flora and fauna were like, that there were massive, massive, massive trees. Let me just stick with my nose here for a second. Yeah, light, folded like light. I know I'm feeling that. I know that I'm feeling somebody mess with what's easily called the space-time continuum, but I think that that's way oversimplifying it. And I'm no physicist or PhD. I'm not accredited in the least. But I've been feeling this my whole life. It feels like light being folded like dough. It feels like somebody's feeble, childish attempt to perfect folding light. Trying to manipulate time. But they're doing it imperfectly, and I think they're trying a bunch of different ones. Whatever the case may be, we are all being kept distracted, afraid. They keep talking about heat killing people so bad. And this is where I know they're slipping. They're getting fucking desperate. Cocksuckers. Knock the loosened clouds. The fuck is in just totally train left, but that's all right. That's what my notes are for. Okay, notes. Lake Mead, the Amazon, Oregon, 50 degrees in India, which means what, a fucking 120 degrees? Here it is. Why are they talking about, why all of a sudden is this the new cool shit to say if you're on media? You're fucking meteorologist. The deadliest weather that humanity can experience is the heat. I'm like, hold up. Oh, hold on. Oh, Mr. Carter. Oh, oh. Like, no, it's not. It's the cold. Fucking meteorologists, they're just getting desperate. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. Bonafide, certified, first class. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. The heat's not the first thing that's going to kill. I mean, yeah, if it's 200 degrees. The human brain begins to boil at 212 degrees. 120 is fine and blistering, but it's not a death sentence. What is cold. Who's the radio guy? Hi, Harry. Harry Potter. Harry Potter! Oh, you know how to spell British accents. Potter. I've tried quite often. Whilst on a podcast with a British host, of course, I've tried to sort of display in spelling how you sound, and you're quite good at it. What a selfish B word. She still make videos talking smack. No, she's too drunk. If she weren't quite so consistently inebriated, then I think she probably would. She might, actually. She watches all of my videos, every single one, in minutiae, in detail. Then rewatches it and takes screenshots and formulates some sort of strange idea as to why I might be upset that no one in the entire extended family has been... She's incredible. No. As soon as she sobers up enough to put on enough mascara and shit. But it's all about... See, it's not about my twin anymore. She's not in there. I don't think she's been in there for a long fucking time. I think a lot of people are indwelt, folks. I don't go on and on about it. Fuck, when I first started my channel, it was, hey everybody, it said the sky, and kind of my interpretation of things and stuff, you know, and I'm telling you, just something in the matrix, which is trite, but it's convenient. Something in the framework, something in the ones and zeros and the binary coding of reality doesn't necessarily come at you with a dump truck smashing through a phone booth trying to stop you from making a call. It just comes in Chinese fucking water torture to get at your psyche and your heart and your spirit. And again, makes you do what society is doing now. Everyone's afraid to speak out. Everyone's afraid to stand up. Everyone's afraid to be a fucking hero. Thus, everyone is watching the sort of tsunami of what has been occurring for the last 25 so years here in America. Surveillance, lockdowns, and then people feeling superior because they got a certain addition to their bloodstream, which wasn't necessarily approved by the FDA yet, but they got it. You didn't. You don't have on your mask. A division was created between free thinkers and the NPCs. And we can stop it right there. Because the fact that half of them are fucking suffering from what they insisted you don't have, therefore you're not allowed at family gatherings, particularly at Christmas, birthdays, New Year's, anything, you know. Yeah, I did. Because I took her to the emergency room that day. And I definitely would have stayed if she hadn't forced me out. But that's what bullies do. Bullies fucking scream and yell and shit. Hold on, wait. And then at 3 o'clock in the morning, she flatlined twice. She went cold. Fucking doctor was green in the face when he had to tell me the next day, you know. And they pulled her back. but she brought something with her. And you can't be a grown-ass adult, man, in 2026, which mama just passed. You know, your super famous uncle last summer passed. You know, it's kind of us now. We're the new generation. We've got a chance. We're creative, talented. She can paint. She can garden. Uh, you know, but all of her pictures are of herself. And all of her flowers are just the same fucking flower. Mommy. I mean, it was like Mommy Dearest. A really sick fucking twisted show about some Hollywood debutante who was fucking giant, fucked up, you know, fucking hit her kids. It's like, you know, my dad was really abusive to us. And I'm super understanding. I'm a twin sister, 3 brothers, one of them a twin, with a madman for a father and a witch for a mom. You know, nobody expects perfection. It's 2026. People appreciate when people do get transparent. When people confess. Make an admission. Do an inventory. People love hearing from people that I'm in therapy now or in recovery. It's actually quite trendy these days. It's fashionable. It's fucking attractive to have a mentor or serve at Sunday service. You know, people who are like, I'm not perfect. I need some humility. My ego is getting out of fucking control. You know, therefore I'm going to go to the casino tonight, even though I've never been, and try to, you know, play blackjack. That'll make me feel better. And I need some new shoes because I haven't bought new shoes since COVID. And I want some new boots and a watch because I want the world to see that I'm doing better. Fuck. Be. Don't even be better, 7. Just be. Next thing I know, I fucking got the coolest shirt in the hood, if not the entire west side of Cincinnati, you know? And you can't picture this is vintage. It's the shit. 1977, what? It's not the heat. And I'm so glad that I took notes. It's the cold. I always say it. I've been saying it for a while now. Not that I'm the first person who said it, but when anything comes off of YouTube or out of NASA or out of fucking Washington, look in the exact opposite direction. And that's what's really going on. I told me girl that story of you bringing home a black wine and you did so. My black girlfriend, yeah, her name was Cassandra. I was in love with her. That was my, what do you call it, middle school sweetheart. It was just my plan. I used to be a bad little I was on it. My daddy found out, but it brought back trauma from his childhood in the ghetto with, you know, that childhood generational stuff, folks, is the most difficult shit to get over. But when we can recognize that we are tougher, we're resilient, then just go ahead and have gratitude for the fact that we're still alive and that most of the world's been through something. Even wealthy people, even rich people, even the affluent. Some of them have been through just as much, if not weirder fucking. I mean, again, I think that's part of the theme of the video. One of the points I'm trying to bring home is that normal people were made to feel like the big piece of shits. You know, I marvel at the fact that weed's legal now, because 20 years ago, a young black man would do 6 months for a dime bag of weed. You know, but the little man is made to feel so tremendously guilty and burdened and pay and lawyers, and it's on the record, while the people who are in charge of this world are getting by with wickedness and perverse, degenerate shit that we're all being taxed for, and that the Pied Piper is coming home for, that judgment is coming for, and again, we're all having to hear them tell us, yeah, I'm gonna need to borrow your meditation ball. Yeah, you're not gonna need that, are you? Okay, I'll just be borrowing that for a while. Yeah. Can you go get me a new coffee as well? Okay, I'm just gonna take that. Well, what are you gonna do with that? I'm gonna go take a big shit in it, and then I'll bring it back to you. And I expect you to clean it out. Since ancient times, that's been happening. Homer Simpson Italian. Yeah, it was trauma. My dad saw that black girl, and and his fucked up, strange, it ruined my life. She was gonna be my life, and and I forgive him. He told me the other day, "You stay in Cincinnati." I was like, "Dad, stay there for your brothers." I said, "Why?" He said, "They're gonna need protection from your sister. They're gonna need support." And my mom has told me and my little brother that at some point my sister will need us, and just to be there. She's blocked on my phone, but we're all there. We're all very much aware. I'm just saying that she's a survivor, and she's fucking fatigued and Karen both on like Hulk crack, and she's so proud and so vain and so narcissistic that she's never going to be able to do like I did. It's interesting because she's the girl and I'm the boy, but she's so much more of a motherfucker. Fuck you, motherfucker. And I'm getting more and more in touch with the feminine. And it is not gay. It's fucking masculine as fuck. I'm becoming chiseled. It's very interesting. And I don't eat hardly. I don't need to. Fasting is weird. Cold is what'll kill you. And I just think it's very interesting in the midst of all this fire and flame and heat and drought that we're being told, we're being conditioned, we're being programmed not to consider the cold, which will kill you in fucking 10 minutes. Comes out of nowhere just like all this heat shit does. What's up with this heat dome bullshit? I've always hated the weird term high pressure system. What the fuck does that mean? But now high pressure systems apparently are just this big high pressure, I guess, of something that just sits above an area to where heat can't escape from the surface area. So it just gets up there. And here's how, again, fucked up desperate they're getting. Because last night I got to hear an explanation of when the heat in places like Arizona or wherever the fuck they're talking about, when the heat can't escape and it hits the heat dome, then all of a sudden it creates an electrical charge in the heat dome. And that's why people are seeing really interesting lightning with no thunder all over the place these days. But then all of a sudden there's water in it. It gets trapped from all the moisture. But I thought you just said it's a drought. It's baking. It's 120 degrees. Even at night, it's 89 degrees. So where's the moisture coming from? What do you mean plasma? They're starting to mix all that shit together. It's very much becoming a big fruit salad, folks, of incorporate, indistinct, totally unrelated, disconnected big words from scientists. None of whom seem to look up or give much of a fuck about anything really except for their PhDs. And they sit there with a little fucking chubby waiting for AI to show them the next way that they're supposed to think about how they're supposed to think. And they all seem to conceive of things and immediately are provided results. Homer, it was like 117 today for me. Wish I was a vampire so I'd have an excuse to hate the sun. I hate the fucking sun. I can only drive during the day now. I have restricted driving. Because when I did the little eye test thing, I can't see shit. Because I've been a skywatcher for 10 years. And I have, just blue eyes. I've never worn glasses. Now I can't even think of going outside without glasses. I'm always checking to see, where are they? Fuck. I don't have my glasses. It's the simulator that's cooking shit. But that's a whole different part of the video. Yeah, why getting everybody so distracted from the cold? As soon as they talk about all that heat and stuff, the fuck, man, it's fine. I mean, why, give me some water, a couple of monsters, I'm good to go. Shit, it's hot as fuck, and I'm getting a tan. Shit. The cold, on the other hand, will kill you. And I remember the polar vortex from 2015. It was bad. And that's nothing compared to how it could get. Tonight there was no sun. There was no sun at sunset. Let that sink in for a second. I saw the big, huge cover clouds of darkness. I know, but folks, there wasn't a shine through of even the faintest hint of the sun. There was no sun at sunset tonight. And there were tornado watches throughout the entire tri-state. And there was the Kachina blue and red from my video, which will get maybe 90 views. 2 comments will be allowed to come through. It's fucking horrible what they did. I mean, I literally get disemboweled emotionally every day when I try to do this. But I don't give a fuck anymore. And I don't need that goddamn money. And they can manipulate the numbers. You can't fuck with me. And yet I think I still serve a purpose here. And I do get really interesting feeds on my homepage from the algorithm. And sometimes I'll dream of something. I won't even have said it. And it'll be on my feed the next day. One night I dreamed of 2 things. It was October 4th, the morning of October 4th, 2023. And I dreamed of the Bush estate in Paraguay. I'd never heard of it before, and I Googled it the next day. And they own an estate in Paraguay, sitting on the world's 3rd largest freshwater aquifer, meaning an underground river of fresh flowing water. Why do you think they have that? In preparation for what? Did you know that water is on the stock market now? Did you know that? I mean, how the fuck anybody cannot understand why? Here's Seven and he's excited. He's getting a place. He said it's like a little capsule on a spaceship. We want to know a little bit more about it. But we know what he's going to do in there. And he's perfected his shit over the last 10 years. He's got some fucking cool firecrackers, some really neat Japanese swords, and water, MREs, and food, and some really warm clothes. Fucking an idea where he could chop down a bunch of firewood if necessary, and an eye on both exits. And the place has a pool and a little lake, like a not so little lake. It's not a pond, it's a lake. Why? Because I'm a fucking survivor. And I don't like the way that the shit is going. Fuck you, trolls. You're out there. A lot of you were in the algorithm, I think. There's no reason. No. I'd be a great troll. I'll troll myself because I spent about $15,000 on a bunch of prep shit, none of which I still have except for, the kind of really important stuff. But it's just easy. Shit goes. Little water purification shits, backpacks, waterproof shit, fucking tents. No, water, food, and warm, dry stuff. 117 degrees. It's incredible. I feel like, and it's interesting that you bring up the vampire thing. Because I live for being outside. I used to. You know, I did horticulture for 30-something years. I fucking love going outside first thing in the morning. You know, I'm used to Cincinnati humidity, so that ain't too bad. You know, and just the sun, the vitamin D, which doesn't happen anymore. You know, best part of the day was come 2 or 3 in the afternoon. You know, 2, 3, 4 in the afternoon when the sun would start to fall to the west. Because it would start to cool off. That was the most beautiful time in the world ever. To make love, to be young, to ride a bicycle, to play basketball was at around mid-afternoon because it would start to cool off. Not anymore. It's fucking hot as dick until the sun goes down. Then it's like, oh shit. And then you can kind of fucking wobble back. And I feel like a vampire too. It's all right. We can make some mulled cider. For you non-alcoholics that can drink a little bit of alcohol, make mulled wine with fruit and shit, some brown sugar and a like stick or two of spice. For me, you just be grape juice. No big difference. Because I've gotten over recognizing what demons. I call them the mirrors that are inside. You know, today one was talking to me. Oh, you got paid yesterday and your bills are caught up. You got accepted to your new apartment. Go celebrate. I'm like, who the fuck? Go celebrate. Get a motel room at the Quality Inn downtown close to, oh, why? Because it's close to where I work, so I can do what? Stumble in there on Monday with a 2-day fucking hangover. So this is called a, what is it, a binge? Is that what it is? I'm going to go on a little 2-day bender. That's what a bender. I'm like, wow, Satan. Wow, devils and demons. You fuckers. Sounds like a good idea. Shit. First, I'm going to go buy a watch, then get some new boots. Then I'm going to go on TikTok and present myself to some trustworthy, beautiful young lady who wants to meet for, you know, White Castle right next to the Quality Inn. They got a pool. No, you're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. So the cold. Can I sing a? No, somebody told me yeah, I can. Because I'm not afraid. I mean, it was irksome. You know, somebody the other night, drunk as fuck. You suck guitar. Can you lend me $30? But my ego is getting put in check. Thank God people can call me. How many of you guys have I called when I was a little bit toasted? You let me talk. Like 7, I've been listening to you talk for 10 years. You talked for 3 hours last night, and now you're calling. I don't want to play though. I will. So we're going to talk about oil. And we are apparently leaving the time of easy oil, the age of easy oil, the light, bright, easy oil. Now it's the desperate race for crude, and it's and implied therein the concept of where oil is about to go, and I'm going to go into some detail. Implied therein, crude sums up every bit of what is going to begin happening greedily and not without decades of warning, but the shock factor nonetheless is going to hit hard. And behind it all, again, is greed. And I think that we've discussed to a sufficient degree who and what these people are, these greedy people that are in charge of this world, and what their ambition is. And I get it. I'll say it because I am honest. I'm super transparent, which is why I have my station on YouTube. Because men, the majority of us, by the age of 55, are dirty old fucking men. Filthy minded, piece of shit. Don't trim our ear hairs and everybody fucking knows we got them. Sit there, long ass hairs growing out your funky old ass nose with a couple of hairs. No. Big unibrow having fucking Gandalf eyebrow. No. Nobody wants to see us with our fucking shirts. I know I just took mine off. But no, shit like this. I mean, it's because I'm in a group home and I am going to go get all new shit. I'm going to throw all this stuff away. It all smells like homelessness and fucking Pall Mall cigarettes and the hood. But nobody wants to see, we shouldn't be looking at fucking dating sites for young Yugoslavian women. The fuck young woman wants to come spend any significant time with an old, funky motherfucker? No, none of them. Mind on the wrong shit. Especially if you're a single older man. Then you're fucked. I didn't know that. Hell no, nobody wants to surround their wife, their sister. Nah, man. Saudi Arabia. 80 years ago, Saudi Arabia was desert. Now there's thousands and thousands of paved roads leading to massive oil fields, the likes of which even I have never seen before until today. Hundreds of miles of oil fields. And now most of the world's oil fields are aging. And what is happening is, and you don't have to be a genius, it's big cavities underneath the earth where there's a bunch of fucking oil. They send the shit down and then they suck up most of it, and there's a little bit left. Actually, 65% of it, actually. The efficiency of most of the oil drilling in history has been 35% efficiency. Now there's 65% of the shit's been left in it because it's too difficult to suck it all up. It starts to be mixed with clay, sand, other aggregates, water. It's tremendously expensive. I had no idea how ridiculously disgusting oil is, but it's how we run agriculture enough to feed 8 billion people. And the fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides and so forth to continue feeding all of us. It's interesting how the couple of disgusting fuck weirdos, that stopped at the gas station Earth to get some, fucking plasma and some rare moonflower seeds. It's like they don't care. It's like me, because again, I want to kill ego and I don't want to judge anybody in any of this. It's like me, when I go and I bought a little half pint of ice cream or something, then I'm going to leave the big chunks because I don't like big chunks. I'm going to get the real good stuff, and leave the chunks for later. They're unmanageable. They're difficult. I got to chew the shits and put a lot of effort into it. It's easier just to go right ahead at the mint chocolate ice that somebody likes. I like mocha. Some of you might be into some, chocolate eclair. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds cool. But you go at the yummy stuff, and then you get the other stuff. Same thing with drilling oil. You get the stuff that's efficient, clean, so forth, most profitable. But now the world is beginning to consider, the real power players at work. On April 20th, 2010, most of you probably are aware of the explosion on the deep water platform, 1,500 meters under the ocean. They drilled 10 kilometers deep. They dug, and then they tried to dig a little bit deeper. And they were behind schedule, and the board of trustees and all that, and the investors and all that, they want immediate returns. It costs about $500,000 a day to drill for oil in any of the world's significant real drilling enterprises. $500,000 a day. So it's understandable that they were trying to push it, and they tried to push it too deep, too greedily. Perdito is the company that is super in charge of all this, actually. They're the drilling company. Shell, Exxon Valdez. It's very confusing. By the way, while they're drilling for oil, there are a few things that they do not take into account. They study the seismic profiles of the land and whatnot, the ocean floor, because they're starting to go farther out into the ocean for oil, and Antarctica. We'll get into that. But they use a lot of sonar and also a lot of explosions. The loudest sounds created by man, actually, which are these particular explosions that create, of course, a radar picture for them. And whales and dolphins suffer from this, but that's a price that these companies are willing to pay. Think about that. During the Exxon Valdez spill, 780 million gallons of crude oil were leaked into the Gulf of Mexico. And so as to minimize the media backlash of what would have happened, which is all this oil washing up onto the shore of the Carolinas and Texas and other southern states, they decided to put chemicals into the water that did not dissolve and disintegrate and discorporate the oil, but actually just lowered it about 20 meters so that nobody could see it. But the oil was still there. Doug Brown was one of the main operators that day on the Exxon, and he just said that it was just greed. Period. Now, the reason why I bring up whales is because when I was a kid and I went and saw the first Star Wars movie, yes, with William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy and all them, it was about a catastrophe in the future. The whole movie starts off with a big fucking spaceship coming into the Earth's orbit and beginning to wreak havoc on the magnetic poles of the Earth. And the oceans start to lift, and the gravity of the Earth is shifting, and the Earth is about to be destroyed. And a message is sent to the Earth that Spock is able to translate, which says that they need 2 humpback whales. That big-ass spaceship that's about to fuck up the Earth is sending a message saying, where are the whales? So Spock and Captain Kirk and all them get on the Enterprise, and they use the sun to gravitationally accelerate them to the point of being able to go back in time, and they come back to the Earth, and they find 2 humpback whales before they've been hunted into extinction, and they take them into the future, so forth and so on. Is that a coincidence? And I will sing a little bit. I just need to just relax into being live. I don't do it anymore. You know, the algorithm, all of this, my life, something has just thought this will push him over the edge because he's very self-conscious and he doesn't want to get on here and just spew and he's, you know, but I realize that, you know, my basic job is just being a really good sky documentor. And I did it tonight to overcome that feeling of, well, I'm not going to go out there and do that. 20 people will watch. I'm not going to go videotape the sky. Like, what the fuck? It's the whole reason why you should do it, dumbass. Go on, Sev. Somebody hates that shit when I do that. I'm one of the most feared people in social fucking media, not because of sitting here and, you know, talking about the kingdom of the Care Bears coming to reunite humankind through song and music. It's because of the fact that I document the sky. And I think the electromagnetic strange feelings that we have and some of the other concepts I have, you know, but mainly it's because of not what I say, it's what I fucking do with sunset. Somebody's terrified of that shit. They spend millions of fucking dollars a day on me. I would too if I were them. This fucking idiot 7 guy. I fucking hate him, man. You know, I know, sorry. Girls all think you're sexy. Shut up. Don't say shit like that. Fuck, he knows we're gonna nuke it, but he just still gets out there and he sits by that stupid little fucking red Jeep of his. Why does he do it? Sir, because he knows one of these days fucking veil's really gonna thin. We're not gonna be able to hide anymore. I know. So, you know, the world's getting pretty honest right now about the fact they don't exactly know how much oil Saudi Arabia and Iraq and Iran have. Everybody's being very close to the chest with their cards about oil. Because it's what makes this greedy fuck world run. And I'm included in that. I, as an American, consume 200% more oil than your average Indian person or Chinese person. 200% more daily as I cruise around, you know, in the little Nibi mobile, drinking copious amounts of coffee and mochas. And I don't even know it. And the world, that's just how we run. For the foreseeable future. And these guys keep the AC. It's 66 degrees in this house. I hate it. I turn the AC off. But, you know, these dudes are all on methadone. And half them, all of them, abuse it. And probably go get more off the street. And it's just horrible. So they keep it freezing in this. I can't wait to get the fuck out of here. So the danger to whales, just in the research and the seismic, I mean, the seismic exploration, the detonations of the explosions, so that they can, of course, create the radar reads to be able to make their giant maps, to be able to figure out where in the vast waters they can more easily reach oil. While they're also going into Antarctica to try to find the same thing. And it's just tremendously sketchy. What I didn't realize, folks, is that just like NASA, or just like, you know, most else now in modern technology, it seems as if everybody's trying to get it done by the cheapest bidder, which makes no sense. But I know now, just like many of us are actually beginning to realize, is that in the eyes of the powers that be, from what I am seeing in the sky, there's no greenpeacing what's coming. I mean, this has been here before, most likely. In the 1500s, there was apparently a plasmatic, sort of event that happened. There are castles in Scotland that were melted. This has happened before, and there's nothing that mankind has done. I'm pretty certain I know exactly what the key would be. If at noon, on any given day, but I'm pretty sure that the Sabbath would be the best day, Saturday, at noon, if everybody in the world could say, I love me and I love you, I forgive me and I forgive you, let's start over. If the world could just all say in their own language, let's start over. Or something to the equivalent of let's be. Let's not be anything, just be. And just stop right there. Any semblance of a united world. And I think that we could heal everything. I think that we could protect this planet. I think that we could all agree. If we could agree to just say, fuck it, at noon one day, just fuck it. Start over. Fuck it. Let me, whatever the fuck he said. I forgive me, I forgive you. To stop bullshit. Over. Then shit, we all agreed on one fucking thing. He was right. Obama's a little cousin right there. He was smart. Let's try something else. What else we're gonna agree upon? Shit, okay. Everybody turn the shit all off for an hour in the world. What about it's really hot? Okay, everybody come over, you know, every one house, turn off the other shit. One house. So half the shit and see what the greenhouse look like next day. Some simple shit like that, and we could heal whole motherfucker. Hitting the mochas hard. Well, it beats the alternative that something in the airwaves would suggest. No, take responsibility for this shit. Because this demon shit, it can be chocolate, alcohol, sex, gambling, cussing, judgmentality, promise. But my thing is better a mocha than a fucking beer, than alcohol at this critical, crucial, pivotal time where something in my whole life would prefer, something in the matrix wants me either in an institution, locked up somewhere in jail, miserable, fighting with somebody in a bar, you know, convinced at 54 years old that I'm still going to become the next motherfucking Chris Brown. You know, distracted, delusional, and depressed, probably. Drunk. You know, or here, you know, comfortably numb, you know, but not really able to be completely transparent or 100% forceful in that if I cannot attack ego, especially the things that number one would like to numb and number two slightly distort the perception of said ego, which I'm just starting to realize already has enough trouble perceiving anything completely aside from my own issues. Why would I add another dimension of something else that can distort what I'm just now, for the first time in my life, gaining an almost absolute control over? My mind. That's why I think it's just so critical to have mentors. Notice not once in the whole shit have I didn't have male role. It's not about what I didn't have, it's now. Supplement what the fuck I do recognize is that I've got some good men in my life, older, wise, people, men that slow down and think shit through. I come up, got new shit, and over there I'm gonna put a Faraday box and everything with the tinfoil, and the dudes over there, and he took the bologna, was missing, and they all blamed it on me, and then do try to sneak it back door. What do you think? These are men who, well, I'll get back with you in a couple of days about that. Hold on. My emergency hasn't all of a sudden become your priority? 7. Slow down. Okay. How many mochas have you had today? What? Ooh, I left one of these sitting outside, so it might have a bug or something in it. So I'm going to talk about a guy. Okay, wait. Iran and water. Let's get back to that. The reason why I bring those two topics up is just because it's interesting how we know the precious value of oil. You know, the world is on the brink of war over it. It's what keeps the combines going. It's what keeps the cows being fed. It's all connected to food, of course, and transportation. But transportation doesn't really equate to, you know, bullet trains and everybody's commute to work, folks. Transportation equates to shipping goods and feeding people, so forth and so on. Goods and commodities. That's what the fuck transportation really is about. So we're all aware of that. Even NPCs. What most people aren't aware of is the fact that water it is soon to be neck and neck with, again, something that is leading to deforestation, drought, flame, and fire. And many of us ask the question that many of us people do, which is, well, there's so much rain. Rain and water are two different things. Right now in Connecticut, or at least over the last couple of days, tens of millions, yes, you know exactly what the fuck I'm going to say, tens of millions of raw sewage has been overflowing into the Connecticut River. I mean, again, folks, it's just, it's time for everybody to get you a big old bucket thing, big water gallon bucket, and start saving change, to come to the school of the empath. It won't be a Nibi ranch yet, but because we're there. The question now is, can we survive the quickening? I deliberated. Should I put will we survive? I think that's a choice. Should we survive? I think that's a choice that's unfortunately in the process of being made for us by a few different entities, institutions, peoples, and powers that be. So there's can we, will we, should we, could we, might we? The answer is fuck no. What's happening right now is a greedy grab for oil as as the plebeians and lesser to-dos of the world, starting with the coastlines and places where it's really fucking hot, flat-lying areas where the shit can flood. That already happened here in Cincinnati. And interestingly, two of the wealthiest little posh, pretentious little parts of town, right where I grew up, actually, Mount Lookout and Hyde Park. Flood, you little fuckers, flood. You little studios, salons and shit. Sushi bars and pet pampering places. Catholic churches and fucking prep schools and shit. Little tanning salons and little brunching boutiques and trendy little flower shops. I'm kidding. I'm so fucking kidding. Kind of. But it's funny. I've been running around for 10 years. End of the world's coming. Here's Crazy Seven going up to the hill again. And now they're all standing in 3 feet of water in their little burger shops and shit, like, me, you end the world. And it's only going to get worse. Little quaint little towns and shit, with lots of hills. All that water goes to, the low-lying areas, and it's just the beginning. And then comes the cold. I'm glad I mentioned it. It's interesting. A lot of channels used to talk about that, and probably still do. Oppenheimer Ranch Project, who I really respect. Who sort of coined the phrase the quickening? I think Art Bell did. But it's just like me with, the red thread of destiny. These are all things that are part of the bootstrap paradox. An ontological paradox. Things that seem to have been planted in the subconscious or the intellect of humanity and supposedly in the minds of an Einstein or a Stephen Hawking, but planted there seemingly almost inevitably to be found, either in mathematics or binary or music or frequency, things that humanity would have almost even accidentally stumbled upon. But I just think it's interesting, you know, that I've been fascinated by all of this for 10 years. And, uh, and here's my opportunity to walk away from it all and just bury my head in the sand, which could be easily done. I'm tempted. I've got as much cognitive dissonance as the next chap. And yet I see signs all along the way. Brian Tracy, he's a genius. He's on a short. I'm sure. Well, he has a channel. He has a quite nice channel. I've gone to look. He's just incredible, and he speaks about the interesting connection between what's called myelin cholesterol and Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's did not exist until 1979, and now it's the leading cause of death for old people in America. Interestingly, in the 50s is when margarine came around. Margarine replaced butter, of course, because during World War II, animal fat was difficult to come by. So it was replaced with oil. And if you take margarine and butter and a piece of plastic and put them outside and leave them in the elements, the butter will get eaten and bacteria and mold and stuff and fungus will be able to grow on them. But the plastic and the margarine will most likely both be left alone. And margarine replaces cholesterol in the brain. Cholesterol coming from animal fats, just natural fats that were in butter. And then once it changed over to margarine in the 50s, 20 years later, you have the onset of Alzheimer's and dementia. And now they're starting to come out with, in the media, the fact that there's children's Alzheimer's. Again, this plastic world. Back to the the Deepwater Horizon explosion, the chemicals that they dumped into the Gulf in the millions of gallons, by the way, folks. Aside from a litany of horrible things that does to the human body, one thing that it does is it kills babies in vitro or in the womb. And among the plethora of things that are attacking children these days, in magnitude of numbers, now we have the introduction of the concept of children's Alzheimer's and dementia. I'm arguing for myself and the sake of, again, destroying my fucking ego, because I love doing this. This is like being a Jedi ninja in boot camp training all at the same time, and an ontological fucking mind exercise for myself. Because I experience moments. I'll be at work and all four of us, maybe two truck drivers and one dude that just stopped by to drop off some nuts and bolts for me and myself. And we'll all look up at about 11 o'clock sharp, 11:11, and all four of us will get what the fuck we're doing. The two truck drivers will be confused as to whose truck they're getting. And I'm sitting there asking, dude, not just what are these nuts and bolts for, but who are you? What's my name? The fuck are these? But everybody tries to ignore it. I think that's some of the funniest shit that this world just keeps on chugging along, and not one the fuck of us has the balls and honesty to be like, hold on, fucking, some don't feel. I mean, we are, but you know what I'm saying now. Not a little conservative, uptight little fuck pretend plastic town like this, boy. Yeah, I mean, I'm in the hood and everybody just fucking keeps on going, boy. Everybody's just fucking out for themselves. Fuck you, move. You were first in line, but I'm going to ignore that because I was busy spitting a big hawker. Yeah, I'm a 45-year-old woman. Fucking, but anyhow, and fuck off. I nudged my big ass in line, and you all know that you're afraid of me. Fuck, man. I mean, you know, the Artemis astronauts. You know, you got some bold-faced bullshit crisis actor people, because dude's been in movies and stuff, you know, and you got somebody walk up who's not scripted asking them something that's fucking, you know, been affirmed and justified and qualified and a check written by the NSA, FBI. Somebody just good Christian walk up and say, hey, you guys didn't go to the moon. You know, stop lying. And they all just look like, you know, you get called on a carpet like that with your pretty little jumpsuit on in the halls of Congress. You'd be like, man, look. But no, they're all just like, just keep walking, keep walking, keep walking. I mean, that's how frustrated people like you and I are getting when we're just seeing all these politicians, all these fake plastic people, all these people being held unaccountable, and they just keep walking, keep walking, keep walking. You know, taking pictures of reporters and shit. You know, my lord, I'll be in touch with you after we're done with this shit. Untouchable fucks. While we've got the Zuckerbergs and the Musks pretty much saying that they're not even human, and we're all going to be worshiping AI gods here soon. It's a trip. Stop lying. You never went to space. NASA's a super psyop. How can I say that with some confidence and a straight face? I'll tell you. My favorite astrophysicist, Brian Cox, who 10 years ago used to be a whole lot more down to earth in a neat kind of Jeep sidewinder truck out in the desert talking about two suns. He'd be on trains and accidentally be filming two suns. Now he's in very sterile environments with a big ass bookshelf to remind you how stupid we are and how smart he is. And he has got space, along with the help of the space James Webb Telescope, by the way, which seems to have figured out everything in a very short few years, actually, since 2020, when the sky was gray for 2 straight months, absolutely, day in and day out. Not once did we see any semblance of a sun. It might get bright. There might be plenty of brightness, sort of. It always looks like a gray noon on a December Christmas day, does it not? And then all of a sudden, on the scene, busts out the news that there's a James Webb Telescope. Meanwhile, the clouds lift in Cincinnati, and the sun is brighter than ever before. So between Brian Cox, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Kukio, and the James Webb Telescope, we all of a sudden now have got the Big Bang figured out, how huge the universe is, and how we just shouldn't waste our mind or our energy or our effort even really considering the vastness of space, though we should be terrified of ton 618, what, a black hole 100 billion times the size of, or the mass of the sun, but it's 50 million light years away. Who cares? What I'm saying, folks, and I do think that this is a distinct possibility, is for some reason we've gone from the Star Wars, Star Trek era of considering space exploration. We went to the moon and all this, to a lockdown of the ISS and testing how tadpoles mate in fucking zero gravity to knowing that space is so huge that even though we should be terrified of everything out there, leave it to us specialists because it is too big for you to be allowed. I'm wondering why don't you want us wandering around in fucking space with our mind, with our third eye, with our pineal gland, with our imaginations, with our astral bodies, with our quantum potential. I can just hear Captain Concealment right now. Fuck, how does he know that concept? We don't know, sir. He's being downloaded. I mean, it's just common sense, honestly, to me, to try to keep us not only from seeing the sky, but to also sort of deter us from even allowing our minds to go above it. Because we might bump into something up there. I think I have a few times. I think something's bumped into a few of us. A few somethings. But I just think we're being discouraged. Subliminally. Being conditioned in our mind's eyes to see that space is so vast and so dangerous and cold. Of course, all you need is some liquid hydrogen thrusters and you could... And what are they thrusting against? The solar radiation. Hundreds of millions and millions and millions of little particles of radiation that actually make up what space travel. It just doesn't make any sense. But even if that's the case, to discourage our minds from going out there, because you don't need a spaceship or a spacesuit. You don't need to be NASA or accredited. You don't need to be affiliated with the Navy or know how to fly jets to have access to the cosmos. In fact, it might be the ideal form of transportation and access is simply just to go. I want to be two things. No, I just said I want to be, and then no, I want to either be or go. That's it. I just think it's incredible. Again, how desperate they are. You know, scientific papers and science reviews and, you know, new public announcements. That stuff used to be big news. And humanity, from what I remember when I was a kid, we all used to be a little bit more skeptical. You know, it was during the Cold War. And we didn't expect news reports to come out every day. Yes, people are right. Even trolls are right twice a day. You know, the rush of social media, news reports, it is a daily thing now. It didn't necessarily used to be that way. And now there's just rockets willy-nilly. I'll save us all a bunch of time. I'll ask one simple question. Aside from what I consider to be ridiculous, a ridiculous explanation as to why anything can thrust the fuck against anything in the frozen vacuum of space. And that is... Sorry, I just saw a fly, and I get really distracted because I fucking hate bugs because I saw Amityville Horror. And oh shit, I forgot what I was talking about. Aside from the thrusters, what else? Shit, well, just keep reading your notes. Yeah, it takes me back to what I was saying earlier, which is that when viewed from the lens of history, the science of today is much spookier witchcraft and alchemy than anything of the past might have been. And I'm not talking about the Dark Ages. That was the beginning of the psyop, was the Dark Ages. But when you look at NASA, and you look at one of the people who started it, was Jack Parsons. It wasn't politicians and military experts. It was somebody who dabbled in black magic. And when it comes to the fire that began in Jack Parsons' house that killed him, supposedly, the fire marshal, upon his investigation of the premises, discovered that the fire started in the earth below the house. Like, not the sub-basement, not the concrete that had been poured, but in the granite of the earth, I think 12 meters below the house. And when you look at other institutions, other organizations, there seems to be kind of a theme of things that are older than necessarily even the pagan world. Way older than the Dark Ages, way older than Egypt as we know. Stories that harken back, like one of the oldest stories of mankind, which people think is just a children's book, and it's not. Jack and the Beanstalk. And then I look at the science of today. And again, I hear the Brian Coxes and the Neil deGrasse. I can't listen to Neil deGrasse. His ego is the fucking most amazing, massive thing I've ever seen in the world. It's just amazing. How argument he got with Bill Nye the Science Guy one time. When Bill was questioning maybe the moon landings and stuff, and Neil deGrasse Tyson boldly, and I think somewhat to the detriment of the military, NASA wasn't created fucking stars and all that stuff. It's created the military and make sure the Russians didn't create a nuclear threat on the moon. Everything we did was real. It's for the military and blow shit up. Which is in essence what he really would have liked to have said. So then I think about Cincinnati, which never has so much as a fucking drop of hail, sleet, never. Tornado, nope. They tested the weather here once in 2012. There was a hurricane. Since then, there's barely a mean wind. It gets cold and shit, yes, but I just think it's protected for Procter & Gamble and General Electric. I really do. Some of the, the archdiocese here, again, the Masons started in Cincinnati, Ohio. The Ortus Cincinnatus. Look it up. Look up spooky fucking hidden past of spooky ass little Cincinnati, where poor little Seven is from. No wonder he's a traumatized little fucking beaten cur of a man. Iran and water. So something amazing happened in 2012, and I'm not going to talk about CERN, the Mandela effect, or anything. I do think, I'm pretty sure, from what I felt today, we're being exposed to the event horizon of something. And since it's not shredding us apart, I would assume it's a super, super massive black hole. That's why they're showing us that shit. And Brian Cox is talking about them. You don't hear me make statements like that, folks, but usually when I do, big channels start making videos about exactly the shit I say. They just don't mention me. And I don't blame them. But I'm pretty sure that when you feel a repeat loop cycle in some shit, when you feel like all of a sudden you got a weird kind of headache and any sense of a repeat that's getting smaller or bigger, but still kind of a spin. If you're feeling any kind of of an oscillation or an acceleration and then a slowing down, yeah. And an event horizon needn't be created by necessarily nature because, again, we've heard of what the particle colliders are doing. Yeah. Yeah, 2012, the introduction of the cell phone to the youth of the world. And since then, the self-esteem, generally speaking, of young people on this planet has gone down. Thank God I'm a grown-up, because I'm a fucking man-child and I'm immature enough to have slightly gotten drawn in. Big channels have quit because of this shit. You know, at 50,000, 150,000 or so, they kind of cap out. They see other channels just blow up. You know, stupid bullshit channels. You know, who's the one fucking idiot always going live? He's got the big, long, fake, stupid fucking white dude, but he's all tatted up. And he dyes his teeth red, and he sits there rapping about nickel, you know. He's got a cell phone and some cheap jewelry on and just stands there fucking, I'm rap, yo, ho. Fucking hundreds of thousands of subscribers. You know, normal people get on and they're like, fuck, so I do years of research into NASA, the government, this and that. I've given up my life, my relationship, my wife left me, I do research, all this shit, and I got fucking 18,000 subscribers. And they demonetized me because I mentioned the fucking Epstein and shit. So they quit, they leave. You know, dude on niggas, fucking bitches suck my dick. Yo, oh, thanks, man. They sit there all night and they get super chatted. $100, $50, $90. Fucking 200 new subscribers. Oh, I'm THIER Mom talking. Yo. Get prayer warriors on here. Or people who fucking donate to a good cause. You know, fucking lose subscribers every day. It's incredible how the world punishes the chosen. But it's ego. Because if you're consistent and if you keep doing what you're passionate about, you end up seeing that the numbers, the fairness or the lack thereof, the truth, skeletons in closets, transparency or the lack thereof, facades, or just bold-faced bullshit lies. They all come crumbling down. Like Shakespeare so famously said, the truth shall out, and tyrants will fall. Because the sky's going to show itself. There's only so much more they can do to hide that shit. And don't get me wrong, folks. I have nothing against like dude's channel. You know, I think he's whatever. He's cool. He's expressing himself. It's just that for some reason the algorithm leads people to me like super fucking Christians, super know-it-alls, PhDs, and fucking smart asses. You know, I'm held to a standard. While people can get on and literally let their balls hang, you know, run into a fucking rail real quick, run back, and just spew lies and fear porn, or any stupid shit. I'm not talking about other people at all. I'm talking about the fact that a simple man who just documents the sky all of a sudden is held to his language, how he dresses, his content, what kind of coffee he drinks, how many spoonfuls of fucking sugar he. It's like, wow. All comments, maybe 2 or 3 of your comments might show through. People comment all the time. I got unsubscribed. I don't even give a fuck about that. It's just the person like dude from last week. I helped you before, Seven, and I never hear from you. You never answer my comments. You never even so much as show that you even are aware that I'm alive anymore. Multiply that by 10 years of doing this, by dozens, hundreds of people. And how many people haven't been forcefully removed, but how many people actually think, again, with their limited awareness of what is really going on, that I just ignored them. As an empath, I consider that. And that's a lot of hurt feelings. And again, that's somebody will have to pay for that, because that's a burden that I shouldn't have to bear as a content creator, when all I'm simply trying to do is document the sky. And again, I'm up against the most powerful, well-connected demonic organizations on the planet. And yet they're getting their asses whooped because they keep trying to kill his feed. We can't, sir. Pull the main plug to the entire Midwest. Yes, do whatever the. There was a fucking 3 statewide tornado warning 3 hours ago. Now there's not a cloud in the fucking sky. I can't. I'll be honest. There's a part of me that really does kind of wonder. I mean, for instance, in Canada, I learned this recently. In Canada, the civil services and the media and probably the powers that be encourage every family to have 3 weeks worth of water, food, basic medical supplies. In America, we're encouraged to go to the game, fucking sit there and literally get a hard on for the flyby so that we can be reminded of how powerful our military is, because they can fly those jets and go kill a bunch of Chinese and Iranian fucking people. Even though we have a sneaking suspicion that those jets are to remind us of exactly who the fuck they're flying over. But most people don't think that way. Most people are not critical thinkers. Most people are not free-thinking, critical thinking people. And I am. And now I'm not so far removed from the distance of, hi, my name is Seven, and I'm just going to make sure that I've got 3 weeks, but 3 months worth of food, water, basic medical supplies, and fucking toilet paper in my new little spaceship. You know, what's wrong? Why should we embarrass to be free thinking enough to say, well, you know, Canadians do it, you know, in Iceland, or where is it? The Netherlands? You know, people are encouraged to keep their bunkers stocked and shit, you know, in Russia. back in 2015, they had a nationwide preparedness day. The entire country, you might not know this, in Russia. And they tested their bunkers, which they have in many cities, including Moscow, for the entire populace. You don't know that, do you? This interesting mindfuck of every Chinese and Russian person, those two countries are out to get us. Well, now Iran, too. Somehow they fucking infiltrated the water plants in America. So we're supposed to be afraid of them, too, and killer ticks, and projectile pooping. You know? My God. While our own government officials are all burning their papers, shit, Area 51's been burning all week. Wonder what they're trying to clean up the traces, erase the traces of there. You know, Michelle Roos, one of my smartest friends from Oregon, has heard reports of the fact that, and I considered this myself. No, I didn't just try to. Well, I did. That was ego. The composer just, I don't know who that he is, but he just told me that there was no reason to add, I just considered that myself, as if it was my idea. I just considered it in the peripheral of my thinking, because there's three of me. Just like the Deepwater Horizon event, just like the Exxon Valdez, just like all major conflicts, it is always deep in the middle of the conflict, deep behind the danger zones, deep behind enemy lines, deep behind where no civilian should be, no non-combatant, is the reason for the whole shitstorm in the first place. To keep media hundreds of miles away. To keep any errant, stupid, fucking annoying hiker or boater or bicyclist or adventurer or hot air balloonist or fucking bird watcher or skier. To keep any unregistered aircraft, and that means drones, fucking a children's balloon that they let go at the ice cream store, anything, any bird, anything that's not cleared. Nothing should be in hundreds and hundreds of miles of this, Colonel. Yes, sir. What are we going to tell the media? Tell them fucking whatever you want. Blow up the docks. I don't care. Make a hurricane. Sir, sunset tonight in Cincinnati reportedly is going to be incredible. There may actually be 3 sunshine. Fucking, I want a tri-state tornado rolled in there within the hour. Yes, sir. How are we going to... Fucking, you know how to... Yes, sir. Tip off a couple of the shill YouTube channels. The Storm Chaser guys, yeah. Just write them a check. I don't care. They can fill it out. Freak out. Tri-state tornadoes, everything. And then we've got a budget on it. Keep that asshole in now. What's his name? Don't call... Anthony, sir. Yeah. We'll just call him Ass. That's his initials, right? Fucking befitting. Why you guys didn't kill him when he was a baby? You see... Sir, he was in the incubator. It all got fucking lost in the paperwork and stuff. Well, anyhow. So, the budget. By 9:30, clear that sky out. We'll meet budget tonight. Good. All right, have my limo pull up, dinner at fucking 9. You know, that's... You think I'm making this shit up? You know what's a psyop? The fact that I have to pay for gas. Yes, it is. It really is. What was my other thing? The liquid hydrogen shit. Oh, and the other one, which I think is incredible. And one of the reasons why they're terrified of me. You ever seen the Russian dolls? Little doll inside of a little doll inside of a little doll inside of a doll. Conversely, the little doll inside of a bigger doll inside of a bigger doll inside of a. Why is the universe like that? Outside of our atmosphere. By the way, it's from what I understand, it's impossible to have a little atmosphere ball in a vacuum. I'm sorry, because there's no line of distinction. There's nothing to keep the vacuum from destroying said little ball. I don't give a shit about a CO2 atmosphere that protects it with a magnetic field that just keeps the fucking vacuum of space, the hungriest thing next to a black hole in but the fact that quantum computers are cooled to 2 degrees colder than the vacuum of space, which is negative 458 degrees. Quantum machines are cooled to negative 460, depending on what YouTube shill or quantum suck-ass physicist you're listening to. So why is it that there's a 2-degree variant between the vacuum of space and quantum computers, which necessitate a colder vacuum? Does that not sound like a space, a universe inside of a universe? The only difference is that it has to be colder. Back to the Russian doll. Does that not in some way hearken to inside of that specialized, very unique vacuum, very different from the vacuum of space in our universe, because it's 2 degrees colder, which makes it not at all the same. Not at all. Inside of that, might there be a little mind that has created a quantum technology inside of that little universe, but it has to be 2 degrees colder? I'll bet that that's the mirrors. That's part of what they fear so much about me, because that is quantum entanglement, amongst many other things. That makes us have to look out there, because outside of that vacuum called the universe, which everybody's making very sure that our minds don't bother the energy of having to go think about, because Brian Cox and Neil deGrasse Tyson and Kukio all say that it's so big. But outside of that, what if that is a big quantum machine cooled to 2 degrees colder than the one outside of that? Which it more than likely is. And I'm not going to try to explain what the implications are therein. Your imagination will kick your ass like mine will tonight with that kind of a concept. Point in fact, there's a probability that that is part of what's going on. An interlocking chain of things that for some reason are leaving a trail, evidence of the bullshit machine that we're in. The beast system, for real. Because it has something to do with temperature and space and time and light. But back to the simple concept of the temperature of our quantum computers needing to be 2 degrees colder, which might as well be 2,000 degrees colder than that of the vacuum of the universe. Because just that small change in temperature, which, anybody even a child would be able to, in some way, compute that something so cold should be plenty cold enough, unless there's some other deeper kind of magic taking place. And I'm no genius, but I would assume that anything that needs to be super colder than the coldest imaginable area or vacuum simply has to do with friction, trying to minimize any friction, any contact, any point of resistance while passing through, by, so forth and so on. Friction, which would imply some sort of motion, some sort of transitioning, some sort of distance to be crossed, motion of some type. Well, I do want to know how things work. And I also know that quantum mechanics, a lot of it is theory. There's theoretical physics, and we're allowed to use our imaginations. Philosophy is also very much open to conjecture and interpretation, and we're all, again, in this very strange yin and yang of things these days, the black and white, the cup being half full or half empty. It's okay not necessarily to have degrees hanging off the wall, because we all know that a college education, in a way, is having to conform, having to pay, having to fit in. And even that illusion is starting to crumble, disintegrate before our fucking very eyes. Because who's going to go to college anymore? Stay curious. Yeah. Jetson. Hi, Sky to Limit. How did NASA verify that? LOL. Just let it go. It's all a lie. I know. Hi, Vincent. Magnetic. Oh, magnetics. Yeah. Like super speed rails, anti-grav rails and stuff, supercooling them, dry ice. Yes. You guys are geniuses. Won't the Earth eventually stop rotating, or the sun burn out in a million years, one or the other? No, it's hundreds of millions of years. Hi all, greetings from Berlin. RuPaul, yeah. Hi Taylor. You know what's up, Saya? Yeah, pay for gas. I censored from the internet, but it'll get exposed. Yeah. They want to push the degeneracy. Yep. We are not allowed to go to the moon. Humans can't even pass a border at another country, let alone the moon. Who gave them the permission? Well, we have the Van Allen radiation belt, which, is either another boogeyman or hasn't quite been explained to its fullest yet. But I would agree. Or else we'd be back. We're a greedy pack of little fucks. The industrious little shit business people of this world, just like in the first Avatar movie. I look, the actors in that movie are just fantastic, but just greedy, mining is what has made civilization from the Bronze Age up, the Copper Age. Hi, Albert. Mining. Metal. And that's a whole, and I've got all night. God, it's freezing in here. Yeah, I mean, that's when civilization began, right? And the interesting relationship between copper first, which was very weak and, didn't maintain an edge and so forth and so on, but then mixing a little bit of tin in with it. I think 10%. tin, which was very difficult to come by in the ancient world. It was sparsely where was it? It was, of course, we have the Levant, the Middle East, the Mesopotamian, sort of one of the cradles of civilization. I will not make the very strange, very wicked mistake of saying ancient Mesopotamia was the heart, the beginning, because it wasn't. Like the second or third. That being said, generally speaking, when it comes to the movement of precious metals, culminating in that of steel, which has helped change the world, as we're discussing, there was copper, and then bronze, of course, the Bronze Age, and then the bronze being possible with the addition of tin with the copper, a small amount of tin, about 10%. And it was only found in the British Isles and in places like Kazakhstan and places like that. But it's really interesting how these baby steps into modern technology could have been an accident, but most likely weren't. There seemed to be guides leading us to mining and mining these precious metals. Now, well, I won't say now. I'll stop it where it was really introduced in such a blatant way that it totally went over my head at first, which is the movie Don't Look Up, which is really very much about the concept of mining an asteroid or an asteroid or a comet that has valuable, precious either minerals or metals or liquids, and this is already being discussed. And just like with drilling right now, because it's not just the whales who are put at risk. It's not just the chemicals that are used to supposedly dilute or dissolve the oil slick, the big body of oil. It rather just lowers it to where mankind can't film it for the 5 o'clock fucking news. Raise public awareness of it, have a bunch of people bitch and complain, not support the constituents and their local senators and Congress people. Somebody doesn't make their extra fucking kickback of $250,000 a year, and somebody's golf buddy doesn't tip for their beers at the 9th hole. That's how these fucking people roll. Because none of them go to jail. You know, there's somebody named Doug Evans here in Cincinnati, Ohio. Big businessman, huge landscaping and construction and demolition, big trucks and shit, big, you know, just your typical big fucking greasy, big gut having fucking family man, you know. But he used to hire a whole bunch of people, Hispanics and African Americans, and be charging the government for minority stuff, but not paying the actual employees that. And he got busted doing it in the millions of dollars. He was fraud. He was stealing from the government fraudulently with tax evasions and whatnot. Some federal shit. But he got a slap on the wrist, a couple of fines, and and his trucks keep going. Nobody pays except for the little people and people my color or darker. You know. They all do. Back to 2012, the introduction of the cell phone. Mass media. Comparison to others. Their stature, their width, their color of their eyes, their hair, They're any number of things. That is the great um, Achilles heel of social media. And the only reason why I'm going to say it and then let it go is because I got to experience it this spring again when all my videos were erased. And I thought I was going to go jump off a fucking bridge. And then I remembered somebody telling me 10 years ago, a guy from Australia, mate, nobody cares about yesterday's videos of the bloody sky. But they would like to see the one from tonight. Like, damn, Sev, you're not, you're not on here for anything but that simply. Hopefully someday when I'm dead and buried and, hopefully some other dumbass will be on a hill, freeze his balls off, and take pictures of the sky. Because this isn't, whatever's happening, I don't think is going to transpire overnight. And I'll get into it in my notes, what the oil companies are up to now. They're planning, as the elite do, a couple times in this video, I've seen like white specters rise up out of the paper, or it's fucking weird. I don't know what the fuck that was. I really do need my eyes checked. They plan 50 years, 100 years, 500 years in the future. Well, they expect a bunch of dumbasses like us who live paycheck to paycheck per their design, to not even, to always feel guilty that we haven't planned out our kids' college funds or how we're going to help them pay off their student loans that the fuck none of us had an idea they'd be, or any number of things. They plan generations in advance. And I wasn't seeing white spots. Maybe you're new to my channel. For years, there have been sprites and little things. A lot of people have seen them. You can sense the desperation in the media to keep us dazzled in fear. They love floodings and storms and stuff, and it's really interesting to see how they're threading in UAP stuff with it now, which they didn't 10 years ago. Until last night, somebody in the neighborhood, probably after a couple of one too many sauerkraut helpings, had a little indigestion and saw something in the sky. Now they're all like, tonight, entire neighborhood, it's fucking amazing. They love all this shit, which again is indicative of it being planned. What they want, they'll show floods. They'll show fucked up roads and infrastructure, and what they won't show is sunset and sunrise. They will not pan up on that ass if they can help it. Sporting events, especially baseball and football, now they do their best to have those events in domed fucking coliseums or places that aren't pointed to the direction either, again, sunrise or sunset. They really do. If they do accidentally pan up on that shit, sometimes you can hear get the fuck off the sunrise, sunset. They really do. They do their best in movies now, all over the fucking place. Sometimes it'll be a scene. I don't care. It can be Hugh Jackman. It can be fucking Puff the Magic Goddamn Dragon, and they'll accidentally have 58,000 chemtrails. Or a sundog, big ass rainbow, big fat rainbow sitting right next to the sun. It's just insane. They don't even know. They can't keep up with this shit. So they're going to try to keep us dazzled in fear. Fucking ticks and projectile diarrhea. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Iran has tainted the water sources in water wells in certain municipalities and townships across the country. Really? Because none of us drink the water here anyhow. You unqueen politicians in your palaces. You bunch of pervert fucks. I mean, do you think we give a shit? Do you think any American now really thinks that Iran somehow fucking sent Ahmed, a terrorist, over here? Silence! I infiltrate your crumbling infrastructure to tank some of your water wells. Right next to data center. I mean, really, you gonna try to make me fucking afraid of Ahmed when the world's biggest data center is being built as we speak in southern Ohio? Probably not 2 hours drive from me right now. Puff the magic dragon. What the fuck, man? But I'm supposed to be sitting here worried about fucking organizations that Obama slipped up and said they made it. We made Al Qaeda. You know, Taliban. We're just gonna, the greatest military in the world. We got spooked. I think somebody like sent like a wound up mouse at a fucking military American base. You know, little fucking wound up mice. Fucking American military all jumped up, hauled ass. Fucking Afghanis falling off the planes. And we leave $80 billion worth of fucking guns, helicopters, personnel carriers, 50 cal, rocket launchers, drones. We left drones, big fucking drones. Never thought it was anything intangible because I don't see intangible things. I see it all connected. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. Yes, I am at that age where it's just like, no, Seth, you cannot argue with people. It's time for a prostate exam. I don't want one. I had one when I was 7, you know, and then my parents had me fucking circumcised when I was 10. I woke up during the procedure. I've just had way too many Kunta Kinte experiences in my life. I don't know whether I'm Kunta or Toby. Fucked up. And I don't look like either. Fucking black man trapped in a white man's body. People hate me in this city. Fuck. The magic of science in a world where demons were allowed to burn women alive for what? For what? Their knowledge of the apothecary, of herb lore, of reading the moon. And a world that still vilifies and demonizes the feminine while it drains it. I mean, there's a reason why India is being allowed to suffer so much with its caste system, with its towns dedicated to the pleasure of men. Because who suffers? Another specter that's back up on the radar that we should all be terrified of is Boko Haram, an militant Islamic group in the Sudan area, you know, Liberia, whatnot. I'm not sure of the exact geographic area. Don't let some fucking National Geographic troll. I looked up where Boko Haram is from, and they're not. They're fucking in the Sudan, where so much war. This isn't. I'm not talking about cataracts, fool. There's some lights and weird shit. Nah. Boko Haram, a new global threat, has come back onto the scene and is threatening people all over the world. What? Boko Haram. a bunch of dudes in big ass Saharan fucking Swahili bed sheets in Air Jesuses, some fucking Birkenstock leather sandals and shit, running around with AK-47s, terrorizing young women and girls, and killing a few people's sheep and then disappearing out into the bush to go fucking smoke kush and 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 it's all for National Geographic and CNN and shit. Boko Haram, they're rock stars where they're from, but here, Boko Haram, there's 40 guerrilla Boko Haram terrorists in jungle in somewhere in fucking Africa, and they're a threat to national security. Where? Well, they're on camels right now. So hold on. So the baddest military in the world, and we can't even get a grip on Iran, who has like outdated fucking post blockade, rundown, rusty material. I think they still use World War One era fucking aircraft. You bunch of bitches, the U.S. military, and we're afraid, and we can't go stop Boko Haram from terrorizing people in the countryside in the Sudan. The universe is a way of balancing things out. I know, that's why I'm being such an outspoken little pain in the ass, thorn in the hip. And I am. Every time I get on that fucking hill. Lonely, disgruntled, they chemtrail all fucking day. Must have cost $18 billion, million dollars, shit blowing up all over the world. Tens of gallons of raw sewage being dumped into the and that's, how about the refinery that blew up a couple of years ago in Texas? Just raw oil just out into the bay right there. How about East Palestine, Ohio, where there was, interestingly, maybe some debris from a tornado. The tornado people were fucking just creaming their pants today. And I'm like, it'll all be gone by sunset. But right there where the East Palestine train derailment was, which was in a movie that predicted that chemical exposure that I still am again blown away that we're even talking about right now, because chemicals were created that day that have not existed in the entirety of any universe ever before. Toxic, poisonous chemicals. Which brings me back to the Star Trek movie with the humpback fucking whales, because right now we're actually in the midst of the greatest radioactive exposure, Fukushima. And the whales are dying. I don't mind saying it. And it's just the beginning. This is all like again, I don't do the what's called clickbait and fear porn and all that pressure, but damn, the heat is on in a way. The heat is on, on the streets, and it's on the streets. I'm glad I've spent this time in the hood. It's shown me, boy, people are desperate, and the homeless are everywhere, and everybody's just kind of like not knowing what the fuck to do. Nobody wants to be nice to anybody anymore, and people blow right past the bus in the morning when kids are getting on it, and the bus thing is out. It's like society is already starting to break down. The magic of science. I think it was last weekend. There was supposed to be Cincinnati Soul Fest here in Cincinnati. Soul Fest. Bunch of food. If you don't realize that Ice Train is a Chinese proxy. Iran? Oh, I can't join your conversation about that. Well, that's okay. I mean, it has to do with the control of. Wait, hold on. What you playing a little power? Nobody gives a fuck. Bye. Fuck out of here, dude. This is a broad conversation. How long have I been live? 4 hours and something minutes. As much as I've been through and as much as I'm going through, I'm not making Iran the focus of this, and you show the fuck ain't. Man, grow the fuck. Man, bye. You can't make about Iran, Chinese proxy. China, the U.S., Russia, Netanyahu. That's probably why you're trolling it, ain't you? Because you can sense I'm about to get into the deeper spiritual, but you're going to try to make it political, not even geopolitical, which would be kind of fucking into. Well, you did make it slightly geopolitical. That's cool. They're all in on it together. And Iran, like it or not, isn't my business. I shouldn't be having to fuck around with them halfway around the world. But that's okay. No, you're good, man. Leave. Bye. Who gives a fuck? I don't give a shit. There's 2 people here. Everybody can fucking leave. If you don't make sure that you hate Chinese people and Iranian people now, then I'm leaving your conversation. Fucking later. Don't let the fucking door hit you in the ass. Shit. Fuck you, little nationalist Christian Zionist too? God, dude, at least be some, Sorry. I just can't stand it. When all of a sudden it's like, stand in line. The media says don't like China. Which to me says don't like Chinese people. Because again, I'm a man of my fucking word. I follow through. If you're going to say you don't like a country, then you better be specific about it. Why don't you like a country? Or the people? Because when the media tells me something, I again look in the exact opposite direction. China is badass. They're so far ahead of us in agriculture. I mean, I don't care what does the Western media tell us? China is just all big, huge, overcramped cities full of pollution where everybody's trapped making Nike shoes for us. And they all like McDonald's or something. What? I'm supposed to believe that? Whatever. What'd you say? And Iran? The fuck? Iran is ancient Persia, fool. What a dumbass. You're a dumbass. I don't give a fuck. You got a fancy, smart sounding name and you've been cool, but you're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. Ancient fucking Persia. That part of the world we have no business in being except for our greed for oil and the control system that's being set in place where half the world's burning and half it's flooding. So let's get into that. Let's not get into politics or ethnocentricity or any other dumbass shit. Sorry. And I'm not even gonna look at the screen because I just don't like. I don't give a fuck about getting in little fights with people. You just don't have to be aggressive. You don't talk about shit that I don't like, or I'm gonna leave. I mean, that's so childishly fucking aggressive. It's not even passively aggressive. It's just a little bitch mode aggressive. Whatever. Have you ever thought of stopping your life? I tried 4 days ago. No, you didn't. Well, bye. Okay, I thought you were leaving. You know, you fucking threatened. So, what'd you do? You touched on the little 7-year-old kid in me that never got listened to and is being told, I'm gonna borrow your fucking stapler and you need to, dismissive. You're being dismissive. Why are you still here? Stick with your fucking word. I'm supposed to hate China and Iran and see Iran as China's proxy. Are you that fucking stupid? Have you not heard? Let me get through the rest of the video and explain the oil industry right now and why there is such a word as proxy. The fuck? Go on. No, here, bye. Back to somebody who... No, you did not try to take your life. Number one, if you really had, you'd still be in the fucking hospital recovering from it. Number two, you would have been so serious about it that the last thing you give a fuck about doing is getting on social media and talking about it and getting attention for it. I know somebody who's really successfully flatlined. And there's a hurt that comes way beyond. Don't do it again. I'll warn you of that, because you won't come back if you make it the next time. You won't come back. Something will come back in you. And you'll be somewhere else. People will think it's you, but there'll be little telltale signs it's not you. You'll be a fucking doppelganger, but you will be down there or some unreachable place. But don't glorify that. Hi, Sally. Well, just don't. Don't glorify it. You have no idea. Were you not here for the other half of the video? My twin sister did that. Took her own life 1 month and 1 night after 9/11 and flatlined at 3 o'clock in the morning. And a couple years after that, boy, I made her really mad one day. And I said, sis, lighten up. I saved your life, because she let me know and I got her to the hospital. And she looked at me and said, you didn't save her. And I was like, damn, she just referred to herself in third person. And she's just gotten eviler and eviler. I mean, I don't know why I'm smiling. It's the saddest fucking thing in the world. It's just that I'm not afraid to tell her now. I'm getting knocked off my center. And that's not cool. I don't mean to be disrespectful, bruh. It's just when people get on here, when people get fucking confrontational with me, I've learned here to either stand up, and be like toe to toe right now, or to submit and surrender and be that beaten little kid that I've always been my whole life. And I fucking refuse that. I didn't sit here and get geopolitical on you. There are other fucking channels who love to sit and argue with people like you. Go do that there. Collective fear. So back to where I was talking. Last weekend, there was supposed to be something called the Cincinnati Soul Festival. And I'm not sure if that was supposed to be this weekend or last weekend. Doesn't make any difference because it'll be raining either way anyhow. No, it's supposed to be this weekend. Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, Sally Starchild. Okay. Well, just don't. Oh, see, what do you want? What you expected? Oh, how'd you do it? Oh, fuck that. If you really did attempt it, don't do it again. And I don't think you did. No, fuck. You tried to. You tried to. How am I glorifying it? Okay, I'm sorry. It's just not something to fuck with. Okay? How did you stop your life? Stopping your life. That's such a broad... I'm sorry. I just saw somebody who didn't try to stop their life. They didn't fuck around with it. They flatlined. They got cold. And it's just so not something to play with. Because it's in... And I don't get all biblical because I think that the translations and stuff, I mean, I saw a license plate today. Again, one of those great coincidences, one of those wonderful synchronicities that I experience all the time. A license plate right in front of me. And it said red print. And I was like, red print? I was like, oh yeah, the red print. Yeah. And it makes me think of the last words in the Bible at the end of Revelation. For a warning. And this is important. Revelations 22, verse 18. For I testify to everyone who hears the word of the prophecy of this book. If anyone adds to these things, God will add to him the plagues that are written in this book. And if anyone takes away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part from the book of life, from the holy city, and from the things which are written in this book. And so much of this has been added to and detracted from. And the red print is very important. And the red print is in all of our hearts. As is the feminine and masculine. As is being able to break down the walls of duality and conflict and dishonesty. Two mirrors facing each other. And so forth and so on. Trying to act like they can't, that they're not able to perceive eternity through each other. And every crack and every flaw and every blemish. Well, see, he didn't commit suicide. And in reference to the book and adding or detracting from it, it says, thou shalt not kill. And I've often, especially this being so fucking close to my heart, and my whole family's still suffering from the indwelling of my twin sister as a result of exactly what you said. And I wonder, what if I was stranded? What if I was a POW? What if I was lost somewhere on the top of a mountain with no food and was faced with what someone mentioned way earlier in the video, which I thought again was sort of out of place, but is in the collective consciousness of mankind these days. The concept of another life so that mine might be sustained or furthered, so forth and so on. Killing. When it's expressly forbidden in every culture, every belief system, every religion. So I did not mean to be insensitive or cruel. I'm sorry. What I wanted to say, or should have said, but I can't because I can't even say it to my own twin, is what a blessing that you're here. How cool it is that you made it through whatever the fuck you made it through. It's just my frustration, not at you, but that your knees buckled. For a minute, you surrendered. Don't do that. Earlier, I was honest earlier today. Shit, I just got paid. I even made a double car payment today. Some was just like, fuck, leave the men's sober living shithole house. Get away from those idiots. Go get a room at the Quality Inn. Get some beer. It's just the night. Nobody cares. You're caught up at the house. You're not answerable for anything there now. All I heard was start lying and get ready to be hungover as fuck by Monday because you're about to go on a 2-day bender. You're going to blow $100. You're going to end up eating White Castle, which is like swill. It's like, ugh. You're going to be down in the ghetto, so God only knows where that alcohol is going to take you. And it's not the alcohol that's evil. Like one of you can drink alcohol right now. You can have 2 or 3 beers. You will eat. You won't crush them. It'll take you 2 hours. You'll have a couple of glasses of water and a Coke in between, but you can drink 3 beers. Me, I'm gonna crush 3 beers. And then before I know it, I've had a few more. And what my body does to alcohol is different than what yours does. It's really interesting how the demonic works in this world. Because my body will do something interesting, real sugary, and I'll get real animated and get real hyped, and my metabolism will kick in like a fucking gerbil. And tonight will be tomorrow morning. And I'll get all hyped because I'll be close to the open sunset. So I'll get the sky and be a little bit wobbly, and then I'll be like, fuck it, it's Sunday. And I will have already lost so many battles, and I will have already succumbed and surrendered to so many gates of darkness and mirrors within that I'm just now starting to really not be afraid to and look into and see way past my daddy and again religion and where I grew up, what I didn't have, and be able to see way into what I'm noticing is that we're probably on a huge event horizon. But when it comes to succumbing and surrendering to that which wants to kill me, I notice that it ain't saying that. It's saying it'd be a nice prelude to getting my new place. And I'd have a clean room for a couple of days, and sit back and really be able to eat. It wouldn't be backstepping at all. It'd actually be a couple of in the right direction. Psych. Me and bro will be together. Oh, you'll be there with him, definitely. Do I have schizophrenia? I think a couple of kinds of schizophrenia, to be honest with you. Yeah, it makes complete sense. I mean, I'm stuck in so many different. Uh, I mean, I never got to grow up, and I experienced so many head traumas, and I mean, spent the first 3 months of my life in an incubator with a blindfold on, so that's separate from any normal introduction to life. And I know a lot of the twins, especially, go through that, but you know, and then had a really, really rough upbringing, and not much mentoring, not much guidance. Um, I'm kind of like a um, I mean, I grew up in the woods. I'm lucky I can fucking read, but I know I'm not exactly all. I definitely, I've always heard a couple of different high pitched ringings that I know is background noise from outer space, transmissions here. I don't know. Um, but schizophrenic, yeah. I would say there's definitely some shit going on, and it's uh, something that I've learned to control. They call it schizophrenic. I think somebody like myself who has always been 1 foot in the astral plane, 1 foot here, I realize it's probably just me in contact with two or three other uh, copies of me, just slightly different. Like one doesn't know he's mixed, or he knows, but his wife is white. He tries to be as white as the fuck can be. Like, he doesn't say the fuck can be. He says as can be. He wears pink Izod's and penny loafers. Some you wouldn't fucking find me dead in. Flip flops and shit like that out in public. Flip flops? Are you kidding? How the fuck are you gonna fight, run from the cops, or no, or a storm comes through or shit, or a brush fire. Fuck, aliens come up. How you gonna do shit in flip flops? Flip flop, flip flop, flip flop, flip flop. Look, everybody, it's NIBIRU. No, you need to stomp up on some shit, preferably steel toe. Nah, I've seen him in the astral plane. He let me in his house once, and his wife made me stop at the kitchen table. It's more of a coffee table. It's not their dining table at all. It's a kitchen table. I was like, shit. Looked. The kids were upstairs. They weren't even home. Actually, she would not let them in the house. The golden retriever was upstairs, so that she made the dog go upstairs. I had to sit there, and he told me he doesn't like basketball. He likes golf, and she wears the pants in the house. She wouldn't even talk to me. She was like, there's a ghost in here somewhere. What the fuck? Why is the dog upstairs? It's a bipole. That's a trip, because the other night I was thinking to myself, why do I feel these electrical strange shocks when I relax? I'm either getting electrical shocks like socks up my leg. It's really weird because it feels like a woman's stockings when they just go up there. It's strange. It's electricity and the shit, and it pulses. But then I thought, what else is going on? And I just heard the word bipole. So I looked it up, and it has to do with a magnetic sort of shift when it comes to electrical nodes and strange stuff, which proves that I did do my homework on it, because I don't know shit like that, scientific terms and stuff. Tingling, yeah, it's spooky. I hate it. A bipolar world. I've had a tough upbringing too. Yeah, bipolar, schizophrenic. It's all just control vectors and ways that, again, the scientific elite, what are they called? Not academia, not mainstream. I forget. But so that the normies can have something to base their normal off of, and it's science. Schizophrenia, bipolar. In the ancient world, people with these things were considered gifted sages and mages and wise people. full tang. You bet your square ass it's full tang. Every fucking bit of it, where I've got full tang things all over the place. I do. Bipolar, that's incredible. And that's the kind of connection that a bunch of us are starting to get. Again, synchronicities, 777. It's way past seeing 11:11 on the clock. It's like billboards will have, you know, clear signs. And they're customized little signs for each and every. I don't know if we each have little guardian angels. Well, they're actually like 12 feet tall, huge wingspans, about 50 feet, but you get my point. Bipole, a shifting of energies. So they had to shut down the Cincinnati Soul Fest. Notice it's taken me about 10 minutes to actually grease the skids enough as a person of color in Cincinnati to be able to see what's happening with black fatigue. They had to shut the Soul Food Fest down. The Soul Fest, I'm sorry. Because with the heat and any other slight nudges in one or the other direction of social tensions in this city, there will be shootings, there will be violence, there will be brutality, and they know it. The powers that be know it. The community knows it. The black community knows it. Businesses know it. And a whole bunch of vendors were kind of bummed out because they prepared their wares and their foods and stuff, and it just got shut down. And there's no complicated big reason behind it other than the fact that black fatigue is reaching a violent point in Cincinnati, Ohio on a daily basis. How's that for the fact that we all fucking need to collectively go to how the fuck to grow up classes, just like I did. It was a 2-month course, and I did it this all spring, Monday through Friday, 9 to 12. It took me 2 months to learn how to fucking act like a grown-up. Stop blaming everybody and their cousin and the pastor and God for my life, and grow the fuck up and get a grip. But, the powers that be would prefer that the black community, and especially its men, all dress, act, speak, maybe can write, and might function some form of technical machinery with the aptitude of your average 15-year-old. I'm just admitting it. I'm saying it. It is not expected of the black man and the black community in Cincinnati, Ohio, to have a soul fest anymore, because we won't be able to fucking responsibly handle it, and somebody will get shot. And it'll probably be a kid. And what y'all don't know about this city of ours is it'll be a pack of 15-year-old kids, girls, out there instigating the whole thing. Kids that scare even me. Well, not that takes much. And I don't have to go into a long history. You know, you're not fucking stupid people. And I think I've displayed the fact that I have very little patience for the long, historically boring, drawn-out, trite arguments. Point in fact, since 2012, white kids are running around hurting themselves, and black kids are running around hurting everybody else because they finally have a voice. They finally are noticed. They finally have some kind of power and authority over something. People think that black people should forgive and forget slavery. Shit, it wasn't 100 years ago, or much over 100 years ago. Emancipation Proclamation. And if anybody thinks that you know, slavery really, in its tremendous social effect and footprint, isn't still firmly, squarely planted between the shoulder blades of black people, then you're sorely mistaken and easily and conveniently forget the obvious, that there's still a lot of healing to do from that period of time. Interestingly, during Vietnam, the civil rights movement, the black community, and the white community were both effectively and irreversibly separated in many ways from the father, because crack was introduced to the black neighborhoods, and when the white boys got back from Vietnam, they were demonized. So the black and white young father of that era, half of them left home, half of them hit the streets, half of them became parts of the streets, half of them went Rambo and disappeared, jumped on a motorbike, long hair, army jacket, you know, and left. The slow disintegration of the American family began on both sides of the railroad tracks. And unfortunately, we're left with a lot of the generational anger and frustration. And it's becoming quite evident in the heat, in the hood, where I can tell you personally, everything's a little bit more expensive. Everything's, interestingly, in some ways, so much more difficult and expensive to maintain. So much more equally priced like everything else, and yet not nearly the quality. So forth and so on. And it pours over, and it's starting to pour over into the frustration on the streets from black people. I mean, you're not going to have a big, you know, minus, of course, the Black Flag Vegas thing from 2015, but you're not going to have a big country show and have people shooting each other and so forth. So I'm just saying, I just thought it was interesting, because honesty right now is going to be our best policy. And if we can't start healing from within the family, as I'm trying to do with mine, and in the communities, as we can't obviously do as grown-ups here in Cincinnati as black people, then again, the writing is on the wall, and it's in blood. It's in fucking crayon and stunted little pencils from county lockups. How many of us, American men, myself included, can count, the times that we've been locked up and had our freedom taken away from us? And the only reason why I bring that up, again, very honestly and transparently, is because a lot of people don't think, yeah, if I'm a dumbass, I'm a dumbass. And on a Friday night, I get in a fight somewhere because, as an empath and somebody who's, got the curse of awareness, then I might get fucked with. And if I'm not mindful and I'm not on my mark and I'm a little drunk, I think I can be like everybody else, and it's going to be me that ends up in cuffs down to the county, pick up a charge, and for a significant amount of time, I may be in between concrete cinder blocks. Think about this. What are they? Not like that. Metal bars, security, and the grid might go down. Or there might be a 7.5. Or there might be something with an EMP. Any number of things happen. And with my ego and how pampered I am by the Western world and its conveniences, I'm going to be able to think that I'm going to yell, "Hey, guard, the lights are out. There might be we need a fire drill." What I'm not going to realize is that they're all going to be gone because the guards are going to have gotten some signal over the radio. It's an alien invasion, and nobody's going to let me out of that cell. People don't think about that. I do now. You bet your ass. I drive like a grandma and just got my plates and tags for my birthday. Yes. No, I won't drive at night until I go get glasses, probably. Because I don't want to be in a cell when the world stops. And those will be the first fucking people who are sitting there thinking to themselves, shit, what have I got myself into? Because all those movies, and watch it be some zombie shit, because that has to do with the cell towers and the fact that they're all equipped or at least wired for hundreds of thousands of volts of electricity, which none of them are using yet. Then you put that with the Fauci stuff, which has things in it that are nano that haven't even been activated yet. Yeah. Last place I want to be is not free. When the one thing I'm going to need is to be fucking free. I mean, notice I'm not elaborating too much on that because that's self-evident. And it's just incredible. How many millions of people, every year just on some stupid shit get locked up for an extended period of time. And just what if the grid goes down? Well, any good dumb criminal knows there's always a backup generator. What if the zombies all eat through that one? And I'm stuck with what? 3 honey buns, 2 bags of ramen noodles, a bag of Doritos, 3 Snickers bars, a copy of the Bible, a copy of the Lord of the Rings. Well, they're probably not even letting Lord of the Rings in jails anymore. Do you know they don't let books from Zecharia Sitchin into jails? Or anything pertaining to ancient Samaria? Or did you know that? No, it's the last place I want to be. And I will elaborate only to say this. If something fucked up like that did happen, it would be better to starve to death over the course of a week or so than what potentially could happen, which is, guess what? There's a brand new constitution, brand new laws written up, and it's fucking Hunger Games, and you're worker number 4,258,000. You're gonna dig fucking iridium at Serpent Mound for us until you die. That's not even remotely true. You can get religious materials in jail. Yeah, I didn't say the Bible. It's interesting. I was sort of remote viewing you a little bit, just playing with you. And I said the Lord of the Rings. And I was kidding. I was being facetious. And Sitchin isn't religious. Who is this? Will Smoot. We're being conditioned as well as adults. And I mean, thank goodness we're adults. And thank goodness, again, for those of you who kind of slapped me a little bit, threw some cold water in my face and said, 7, dude, you know, it's like not the end of the world right now. Can't believe everything you say off the internet, nor do you yourself need to exist solely there or be, you know, constantly aware of. You don't need to videotape going to the laundromat, you know. You can say what you want in jail. We can get over here. Okay. Well, then maybe that was wrong information I got. Okay. I was talking about our freedom more necessarily than sort of wanting to linger on the jail thing. My point wasn't to really clarify what literature is allowed in the institutions. It was rather to sort of just make a point briefly that there's a censorship in terms of free thinking and higher awareness in the preparedness that is occurring. And I'm glad that you sort of, you know, necessitated for all of us sort of clarifying that. It is important. I've done a couple of bits, and my first one was just stupid. I was driving under suspension for a DUI. That's fucking huge. I didn't used to respect the law. You know, I did not. I was given 9. I got a 3 for 1. I didn't know. The second one, I knew about what was going on in the sky, and I did like 10 days, and I was freaked out. That was all I was trying to make a distinction. I was just integrity. Thanks. I mentioned it a little bit to the best of my ability in the beginning of the video. It just seems like empathy. I mentioned it to one of the older guys upstairs, you know, and he and I do say hi to each other now, and it almost takes an effort. You know, nobody has to be best friends or chums or anything, but you know, he and I both agree it doesn't take much for me to say hi. You know, I know you don't care if I'm going to get the sky out there, but you know, yeah, I do, so I watch all that kind of stuff. I believe in all that. Thanks, man. You know, nobody here encourages each other like that. It's weird. Integrity, yeah. Fun stuff. Well, we can say, oh, fuck the police coming straight from the majority. That's right. We can say that. But I'll tell you what, let everybody in law enforcement, let them all take the next 12 hours off. Just from California to New York, from fucking Michigan to the Keys. Let them all take the next 12 hours off. In 2, all over the country, we'll all be calling 911, begging them, please, to come help us. No, I know, Brian. I know. It's, you know, most people in law enforcement and in the military are good people. So, but that's way out of my pay grade. That's way out of my league. Yeah, you hadn't thought about that, had you? Yeah. Make it 24 hours? And the cities might literally be on fire. That's why I'm not letting the algorithm on me tonight. I've been doing some really good emptying of the ego and meditations, but I also get to that hill And I'm realizing, damn, Sev, lighten up a little on yourself. You've done your homework. Am I your Uber driver? No. Not that I'm averse, particularly to Uber driving, but my car hasn't been cleaned out since. I just have to get, and no, because I don't need to Uber drive, because I made, for the first time ever, enough to not have to drive, because driving isn't really good money. It's just not, not here. The Purge. No, it would be terrible. And I know what I'm talking about. Again, in reference to, enjoy letting me be myself. I stop myself from just being. I want to be I want to be right. I want to be a good, no, just be. Two hours. And it wouldn't be Iranians doing some fucking Mission Impossible. We just watch way too much TV. In America, they just killer ticks along with projectile pooping and some Iranians on the water towers are going to make terrorist Teletubbies, totalitarian terrorist Teletubbies of torturous, tumultuous. And yet nobody does like the rest of the world. At least the rest of the developed world, which is, even Canada encourages its people to have 3 days worth of, I don't know. It's freezing in this house. It's just, this place is so demonic. And these guys they all kind of know I'm a good person, but they don't really care. And yet the TV's always on with X-Files, Ancient Aliens, Anunnaki. And tonight there was something on about, I got home from skywashing, and there was something on about the Akashic records and about people like us whose third eye is open, who sees the colors that are, there's 2 different reds in the rainbow now. Most people can't even see it. And he asked, what are they talking about? And I was like, I just realized, it's over their heads. It doesn't have 66 degrees. It's freezing in here. But that's what's comfortable for a bunch of people who are stuck and content. Scully is English? Wait, Mulder's the dude, right? I don't know, man. She always kind of was, kind of a tough sort of, but I think she has the prettiest eyes. I don't know. But they both get on my nerves. The whole shit. I couldn't really sit and watch it when I was younger, back when it was out. I was watching Star Trek, The Borg. Tonight, there was a huge square. I didn't even, no, I posted it. It was a huge square. And there are a few of them up there, just giant. My point is that half the world is sitting watching all this stuff, but they don't see it in their own sky. And I think that with people like us, with the curse of awareness, unfortunately, we might be emitting a frequency that just people can't deal with. I do it on purpose. I look up the sky. It's the hood. For instance, at sunset, I park behind an abandoned school, and I purposefully just look up because there's a light there. I know people drive by like, what's that dude doing there? But if I'm just looking up, it's like, oh shit, he crazy. Or what I'm hoping is going to begin to click, which is part of why I'm more excited to do this channel than ever, is because there will be more people looking for a parking spot behind that school. one of these days. It might be next week. It might be in a couple more years. I'm thinking with the way that all this is going with these fires and stuff. And I haven't finished talking about the oil, but I will right here, right now. Now we're being conditioned, corrupted, whatever they can try. Epstein's model recruiter, Daniel Said, was found dead. I mean, that's a trip. The trail of not breadcrumbs leading to anything when it comes to the elite these days, but the trail of the inexcusable and the unexplainable. I believe in frequency, shit, and vibes. Yeah. Brian Wellahan. The Bush estate. I know things. We all have smoky eyes with these smoky skies these days. And it really hadn't hit me until I saw some of the columns of smoke being released into the sky in multiple places in the world right now, either by fires or by explosions or plants exploding. There's some concern of the fact that a lot of what is causing these fires, and again, I'd mentioned, behind enemy lines, way deep behind a lot of this stuff, including, like I mentioned, the deep water oil spill, because right around that time is when black goo was being searched for. And that may have truly been a cover story. Nonetheless, I mentioned the danger to obviously marine life. Bird. I mean, just the entire ecosystem. It was affected by the oil spill. But the prolonged effect on humanity as well, because many of these wells that have been drilled, once they've ruptured and are releasing hundreds of millions of gallons and so forth, it's incredibly difficult to stop them. And even if they can be temporarily stopped, because of the drilling, because of the fracturing and moving around of the sediment and granite and layers of sediment and rock, there are cracks and fissures. And there's still a release of gases and oil. But interestingly, after these kind of environmental disasters, the cameras are removed. Footage and surveillance is removed. And just like letting chemicals go in to lower them so that we don't see them, out of sight, out of mind, and we haven't heard about them. But you compound that with Fukushima, and you compound that with the fires, and you compound that with the rapid movement of ice and water, both fresh and saline, all over the world, and it's starting to become obvious that there's something rapid occurring. I mean, and the internet these days, no one has ever experienced a lunar crash. The James Webb has discovered horrible, terrifying new thing. How can there be something? And it's just like these big, scary concepts and ideas. I find myself so fortunate that I am happy to just watch things on lions and cheetahs and African animals, because there's so much fear stuff out there. Netanyahu, I'm just going to mention him real quick. I mean, the man is wanted on war crimes by multiple countries throughout the world. And yet I have the extreme misfortune of living in a country that is run by a man who seems to pretend like it is fifth grade and two little buddies are going out for lunch. I remember fifth grade going out for lunch. I mean, I used to get in fights, shit, and then and then on the jungle gym, like the swing set. Remember when it was like just metal and you could spin around the pole and it was blacktop and nobody was watching and you had to really like. I mean, they just chill, and it's amazing to look them up and down. Like, how can you always be so nonchalant uh, uh, about trying to control the world? Well, thanks, Brian. I mean, I try to be. My name, that is normally people spell it wrong and say it incorrectly. But anyway, yeah, brother, pronounce it perfectly. Thank you. Well, I'm a perfect pronouncer. I mean, that's the reason why I'm a good sky watcher, is because I'm a percussionist. So syncopation and rhythm timing is everything. And I have that of a Spaulding. We got that reggae timing where even when you lag, you're on the one. It's very much a gift, in reference to am I schizophrenic? Musically, yes, very much so. I mean, these people are beyond demonic. And I try to reason what the agenda is with Palestine in particular. And it has to do with Yaldabaoth. It has to do with the demiurge. It has to do with the archons. But that's Yaldabaoth is the culprit. Malak, Baal. Um, a goat god from ancient Egypt that was exported by the children of Israel when they left during the Exodus. Something truly horrific happened. I saw that in the astral plane. Passover was truly something again, way out of my league to try to talk about, but it happened. I don't know what helped the Israelites throughout all of their journeys, but they left a trail of destruction and blood, and talk about magic and mystery and smoke and mirrors behind them. The tabernacle was a housing for a creature. There was always blood and sacrifice outside, always. The covering of the tabernacle was actually made of male goat skins. The skin pointed outwards, I believe, treated with a mystical, magical mixture ointment that is still a secret held uh, by the Jewish priests that nobody knows about. The veil was 10 feet thick, and Moses and Aaron had to wear bells when they entered the inner sanctum. Of course, the story goes, uh, why so that they wouldn't get lost. But it was actually, I'm certain, to warn the Yaldabaoth in the ark, some kind of a being, a dark, bloodthirsty, parasitic energy that to this day i- isn't even in need of hiding in the tabernacle. Doesn't even need the priests to warn it that it's coming so it can put the lid of the tabernacle back on. It's in the movie um, that has to do with so much of this. Gulfurny with the oil. It's all connected. Why it's happening in the Middle East. And there is your sacrifice. There is your defenseless, hopelessly outgunned blood sacrifice. Real time, so we can all see it, as the children of Gaza are having swimming contests and taking karate classes. It's incredible that these men walk around in their $10,000 Armani suits, posing and posturing day in and day out at the UN, outside of this building, outside of that building, you know, in this fantasy world of theirs. And what makes it so criminal is, again, you've got the list. You've got all their names on it. You've got all of them implicated in so much of what is the end of mankind. And we still have a brief moment where we could stop. Swimming with the whale. And who swims with the whale? Spock, of course. A humpback whale. The internet says that there are 80,000 to 125 or 130,000 humpback whales in the natural environment, because of an upsurge in their numbers, because of global awareness of the horrors of whaling. But it just seems like for every step humanity takes forward, for every step goodness or hope steps forward, 10 steps are presented to go backwards in the ill preparation, in the lack of the proper financing and funding for the correct kind of technologies to do deep sea drilling, to be building nuclear reactors, to be building without an awareness of a changing, shifting environment. And yet we made it to the moon, right? With the technology of a flip phone. Your average child these days holds in their hand, in their computer, in their backpack, in their laptop, in their cell phone, more advanced technology than got us to the moon, but we can't make sure that the infrastructure and the entire mechanism of the nuclear and power industries don't have the kind of locks on them to ensure that they don't, in some way, probably environmentally, if not chemically, tilt the Earth over a precipice. And they're on the verge. And they're about to build more nuclear reactors to fuel the data centers. And when it comes to oil, and then I'll kind of wrap this segment up, because it's hard to talk about this. You know, there's a water crisis on 4 continents right now. Can humanity survive? And this would all be eating me up if I hadn't, out of nowhere, been found by the Sat Yogi Institute and heard this man. I thought he was kind of jive at first. You know, what's this white dude know about meditation and Buddhism and mindfulness? But then I found out he has that kind of calming voice. And then I realized he reminds me of my mentor, who's in England right now. He's actually in Lincolnshire. He owns a house, he and his wife. I don't think I'm infringing too much upon his anonymity. He's there visiting family and friends. He's an old fucker too, boy. He's an old Gandalf guy. He called me yesterday. But I'm really availing myself of the wisdom of people around me who see my worth. And I realize You know, everybody can do this, by the way, because you notice the past is the bullshit past. You can't wear a dead snake around your neck or always be looking in the rearview mirror or bitching and complaining or pointing the finger at people for shit they did. You know, move on with your life. But healing, you're allowed to do that. And I realized, shit, when I was growing up, nobody wanted to invest in a little half breed, little dark motherfucker with blue eyes, with a little rock and roll dad. And, you know, my dad was a rock and roll troll, and my mama was a self proclaimed witch. People stayed the fuck away from us. We were mixed. Some of the first little mixed people in Cincinnati. Shit, I must have scared people. Ah, the fuck is you? Nah. Going back to the woods where you came from. And that's exactly what I did. So I'm a late bloomer. You know, and I don't need to be all ate up. What is the quickening? It's time speeding up. It's people's impatience. What do you say? The complete lack. Have I seen any of us in the astral plane? Yes. Your shadows. You know, you'd think that you'd scare me, but you don't. Many of you. Oh, I promised myself I'd do this, and I wrote it here. Astral plane. Where did I write it? Will humanity survive? Astral plane future. I've seen it. I've seen the waterways shift. It's not a global fucking flip. All that. Who comes up with all this? Well, they've all got hundreds of thousands of people, and fuck, it must be nice just to totally go off of like lash and crash and bash fear porn clickbait. How do you call it? Sensationalism. Fucking space web found the horriblest. Voyagers beam back disturbing. Fucking. There's probably something epic like the Kingdom of Heaven in all of its different languages. However, everything's all different in different languages and cultures, and we all sit here and fight over it vis-a-vis the person earlier. Fucking Iran's just a proxy for fuck. We all know that. But the Kingdom of Heaven. And I believe it's being moved. The quickening, time speeding up. Sure, probably some kind of technology. And I don't want to sit here and, you know, if you're going to hear me talk shit about Geneva, Switzerland, it's because whatever the fuck's built on top of it is built on directly on top of the ancient temple of Apollyon, Abaddon, and the ancient tunnels that are under there that have been incorporated into the mechanism. The fact that there was part of the tunnel system that was experiencing some strange anomaly. I don't want to make up words. The grapevine's a motherfucker, boy. But I think that's part of why they've supposedly shut down. Do you know that since they've supposedly shut down, I've never felt the timeline? And notice my voice just shook. The timeline, the magnetic waves, the Schumann. I've never felt this stuff tweak so strange in my life. And now I can read people's fucking minds. And even my parking tickets come out to $7.77. I'll pay that. See what I'm saying? All these channels, all these years, you know, because I'm an empath, like the punching bag kind. I'm a dark empath, you know, the kind who, like, did like I did earlier, you know, turned 7 and lashed out as a fight or flight mechanism. Felt like I never got listened to. Felt like I got picked on too much. So, boy, can I pick on somebody? Can I verbally assault people? Can I look at someone and ruin their day? I didn't realize I had that dark potential. So so in recognition of it, I don't use it, but it's still a very perceptible potent, palpable force. And people are reacting these days to that which they don't understand, that which scares them, and that which they can't necessarily just eat, kill, or fuck in any order. And people like us are just, we need tread very lightly. I do. And I'm learning that in the absence of the watch, it's kind of like Schrodinger's cat. How the fuck am I going to learn to be invisible in the escalating tension, of the inner city, let's just say, when I'm making sure to not be invisible? But knowing that I can, I will say, brings a slight pleasure. And that's something that a bunch of us are just not used to. It is actually having some breathing room. And it's incredible because I noticed that in not wasting money and going and getting a video game console, which I still think is just as bad as going to a casino tonight. I've never been to a casino. Why do I have this all of a sudden privileged entitlement when I should be, doing exactly what I've decided to do, which is discipline myself for a minute and be invisible on a new set of tires instead of a grown-ass man with a video game console at home. Makes no sense. I don't trust 98% of the things I think these days. I go to my mentors first. We had a wildfire close to Sizewell by a nuclear power plant in Suffolk, and it's still going on. I know. I heard. I know. I mean, I'm sitting here just wondering, fucking Area 51's on fire. And again, Michelle Roos said it's probably getting rid of evidence. And she said that in reference to the fires in Oregon. And you would think that the people in charge of nuclear facilities would have thought to maybe install super protective sprinkler systems in case of, what amazes me, again, is back to Procter & Gamble and General Electric. Somebody seems to be able to make it rain at will in Cincinnati, Ohio, to the point of flooding. I am bad. 17 miles away from a fucking nuclear facility. And you'd think that somebody in the higher ups would have thought years in advance, maybe there might be a fire some way down the line, Shit. I mean, they can make it rain here at will. So why not take that and move it around? Because we all know they could. But we don't. Because they talk about high pressure systems that trap heat ball. When did you hear? You see why I'm leaning more towards what I would not have dared say 10 years ago. I would have said that the Shawnee spirits, along with some Smurf dust and some Care Bear counseling, are all leading to magnificent skydom of free love. But I'm realizing, wow. Procter & Gamble and General Electric seem to be protected. Sure, you know, by default, all the universities in Cincinnati and the first uh, um, uh, observatory, sorry, first planetary observatory. So much Tartarian old world architecture, including downtown, where there are still plenty of buildings, dozens of buildings, where there's a first floor that's half buried, or a second floor that's half buried. You know, it's incredible. Hi, Ian. Hey, what's up? Long time. So they can make it rain here. But nothing ever bad hits General Electric and Procter & Gamble up in Sharonville. Nothing. Nothing bad ever happens in Cincinnati. Mark Twain said it. When the end of the world comes, I want to be in Cincinnati because it'll come 10 years late. And I'm starting to consider that with the involvement in World War II of General Electric and Procter & Gamble and DuPont and many other top companies now, you know, many of the clothing designers and automobile producers. I needn't again pick sides anymore. You know, Ford was dealing steel, I'm sorry, the Prescott Bush family was dealing steel to the Nazis and the Allies at the same time. You know, Ford of Ford Motors was good friends with Hitler and was a Nazi supporter and very racist and so forth. You know, these people are all in on this kind of stuff together. Oh yeah, Kate, it's her birthday. Talk about proud of that child. I remember when we were. She's graduated, turned 18 today, which means she's a Leo. Dang, I forgot that. But I remember when you, me, and both your kids went to Serpent Mountain, and everybody left. Security guard left. The park cops left, or the forest rangers. All the other tourists left. It was just the four of us. That was one of the most. And you cooked that steak. You had a little grill, but you got wood out of the brush line, and I mean, we'll go back. Some city had another city below. Will take 2 decades to recover nature. Yeah, yeah, it's incredible. I'll watch. Yeah. Um. About the extra plant. You know, I'm going to shut this now because when I was a little kid, I used to go there, and the nightmare world that all children experience, I think, is indicative of a barrier. You know, I used to, and still sometimes, but definitely as a kid, I couldn't fall straight to sleep. I could sense my consciousness being dragged between this world and the other one, and I could sense gatekeepers. One in particular, the dark man or shadow man, uh, a descent, and dreams like any kid has. Some euphoric, some with an acute awareness of something else present, something else aware of. I sleptwalked a lot when I was a kid. A whole lot. The whole family knew it. When I was 10, for a week, I had sleep paralysis and would wake up, and all night I would see something huge and fiery rolling through the solar system towards us. When I was 10, and didn't remember it, like so many suppressed memories, until they were activated or reactivated. The stigmata being, or the stigma, sorry, not stigmata, the stigma, or the impetus, that which, kind of jump started it, was starting to watch the sky again, plain and simple, and documenting it. And since then, I've seen the journey that I've had to be on, including moving all the way out west, which I was always terrified of because there's bikers. And I made it back. And I would dream in the astral plane of making it back to the hood and being terrified. And I've seen what a lot of the future holds, including the grip that the Bush family and the other elites will have on water. I also saw the rivers having changed. Again, not a big polar flip, the day after tomorrow. Nothing so drastic, just the rivers change and the atmosphere changes. And when it's all done, and something in the sky, something akin to chariots of fire, something truly akin to the sky literally looking like scrolls rolling back. And nothing would surprise me anymore. And I'll admit what I've seen in the astral plane in reference to, have you seen us before, Seven? Yes, throughout the journey, I'm always in the hood. I'm always kind of in shack, run-down apartments and stuff, but there's always either two apartments adjacent right next to each other, or one above the other, which I think is strange. And you all always move chairs around for me, make a little spot for me to sleep, show me that I'm not going to get stuck in the hood. Then it'll switch, and it'll be all of us walking along the riverways, which have changed. And there's flotsam and jetsam everywhere. Not smashed cars and airplanes that have fallen out of the sky. It's just nothing's running with fossil fuels and electricity and engines. Everything's quiet. We're all in packs, in drab-colored clothes. Nobody's being fucking loud. Nobody's got speakers playing and stuff. We're being quiet. Not really out of a fear, just an awareness that we're not in a dangerous place, but we're being quiet. It's not like we're going out of our way to be heard. Everybody's got a bottle of water or some small type of munchies, but it's obvious that we're foraging. Then we get to the woods, where we spend our nights. Again, quietly. We go back to nature. Something is watching us and guiding us along the way. Watchers, like these tall, alien-looking, angelic teachers that are almost frustrated with how stupid we are, but they teach us how to weave grass that's got blue energy. And I'm not going to call it Tesla energy. That little fucking psycho was as weird as the rest of these fucking third-eye Baphomet fucks. Nah, man, whatever. I'm not going to sit here and geek off of any of these fucking people. Bunch of womanizing drunks and shit, man. Whatever. When we come out of the woods, on one side there's the rivers. There's what's left over of trail yards and shit, storage. We tried whatever. There's another side to the woods where there's open plains and fields, even flowers and, I don't know, fucking lavender and brown-eyed Susan, just, mountains off in the distance, and we don't fucking set foot out there. What's out there? I don't know. I think it's some kind of drone technology, something that none of us want to get caught by or seen by. And it's a dystopia that I don't even want to think about because we're happy enough to stay in the woods. And is it this fairy tale that I can tell, this coming back to a Lothlorien, Lord of the Rings-esque time where truly a Tartaria of the oldness will come back and pollution will work itself out through natural environmental purification because we're all reading? No, it's not like that. Nor is it death camps and destruction and, fucking Road Warrior. But there is a reason to stay in the woods. There is a reason to go out during the day and to stay hidden at night. Quietly, happily, with fires and stuff, but there's not a raucous noise at all. Nobody's having babies because nobody wants anything screaming out like that in the middle of the night, nor do I believe it can be provided for or cared for, really. And I've looked down a couple times. Nobody's got on Nikes. But nor is everybody, wearing rags on their feet and stuff. There's a sense of community, a stronger sense of community that exists in the world now. And the skies, they open up all right. Starting to now. Fucking. When do you think we're going to get there? We're here. Something thinks it can do it for us, while its whole sole purpose is to distract us just enough to make us think it's here to make us feel special. Talented? I don't know. It's thinking for us, it's plugging in. And the whole time, its sole purpose is to stop us from fucking thinking at all. There wasn't a sun tonight at sunset, folks. I don't know what the fuck happened. More to come on that. So, my ship, it faces south. A banging ass balcony with like Japanese dividers in between them, and big, like 9 feet by 8 feet. 1.5 baths. Like a banging little gully kitchen. Doesn't have a dishwasher, but I don't like dishwashers. A hallway with a bunch of storage space, which makes me feel super Japanese and slightly, transcontinental, and just in terms of, wow, I put it that one and that one. You slide the doors a lot. And then the master bedroom, which has another walk-through closet into the master bathroom. So it's beast mode. And it's going to be a giant Faraday cage. I'm kidding. 100 degrees. No, you're the second person who's mentioned how it was 107 degrees here, folks, for an entire week. At first I coped, and I was out weed whacking and really in a big hot warehouse. But I'll admit that after 5 days of it, I was becoming delirious. I was getting a kind of blind just because the sky is so fucking fake. Just this heat drenching, so much sweat, that doesn't dry like it used to in the breeze. I used to sweat all day, do pavers, work, landscape, tree work, roofing, whatever. At the end of the day, it would kind of turn into crystal, kind of salt. Now it's just this oily, thick, silicon schlep in the sky. It is. Hi, Igloo. Well, fantastic. Well, thank you all for being here. The apartment. What am I going to do? I don't have any furniture or anything. I'm way past trying to become a member of a church, because the churches are all like really on this, House of Israel and walked around the walls of Jericho 7 times. I mean, anytime I hear Israel and me in the same fucking sentence, I want to puke. Why was Israel attacking everything? Why do they seem to have directed energy weapons helping them? Why, why so much emphasis on the destructive obliteration and mutilation of other people groups? And why is it still occurring today? Well, we're paying for it. I'm so glad I got to go hang out with my younger brother and my nephew. I'm so glad that I can be here with you all. 7777. The whole property, not just my apartment, the whole property is under the protection of what is cooler than even the fact that the girl's name was Destiny. It's divine. It truly is divine. And it's going to be a place of books, because I think that bookshelves with books make one appear, very educated. And then I realized I'm going to be buying bookshelves and then buying books, which sounds already expensive. And I'm going to have to buy an Encyclopedia Britannica, and then I'm going to have to buy the whole Tolkien collection, all of them. And I thought, that sounds like a bunch of stuff that I haven't read yet, which isn't fair. So I'm going to buy a bunch of bookshelves and books to look smart, not having read any of them except for the Lord of the Rings and, parts of the Bible. The Encyclopedia Britannica will stay in their book wraps because you're going to be a chump and use Google. Seb, just start with water, plants, light, and boneless couches. A couple of them. So that you can come over and lounge. A lot of y'all need a fucking vacation. We're going to end this with this. Just be honest, folks. How many of you are fucking whooped? Just be honest. How many of you are just like, I just can't take this shit? How many of you are like in tears from how scary it seems to be getting? How many of you were just broke, exhausted, shit is broke down, your car is fucked up, nowhere to live, fucking homeless? Cooler in the UK, yes, but still having fires all over the place. That's a trip in the UK, where you can buy a natural e-reader. And I read my thermostat, and it just makes me think about the fact that it's digital. But it told me the truth when it was 107 degrees out. It did. I was like, golly, I'm tough. I can take this, but not after 5 days of it. I wasn't even outside. After 5 days of it, I was in a warehouse, an open warehouse, right next to the outside, so fresh air, You know, a little bit of a hot wind. It was just a hot wind. I got out in the sun and I was just like, I got off. We got off a little early that day, 2:30. I was at home in bed. It was just brutal. Do I have any days for 30-year-old single men when it comes to life? Yeah. Get really good at something, you know, and just, I mean, all of us men, but especially at your age, keep your sexuality and your needs and your desires in your pants. Make it to where anybody, you know, could leave their sensitive um, parts of their heart and their love, their feminine, you know, their child, their favorite painting. You know, let's be those kind of men. Let's be the kind of men where, you know, somebody who had a daughter would feel safe if they had to hurry up and go to the hospital for something, and they had kids that they needed somebody to trust. Be the kind of person who you know won't just give somebody to a homeless person, but will take them to go buy them an outfit. I've been thinking about doing that. You know, learn to play a musical instrument and write a song. Yeah. Um, don't talk over people. Learn to be invisible. Damn, I crashed out for a few hours and you're still on. Well, you know, I'm under such attack of something that's really working um, to get me to stop. Because I don't want to be a show off, talk too much shit, think I'm special. But I also want to stay motivated to keep getting out and get in the sky. So there's a fine balance to reward myself with. But when I saw them blaming, you know, attacks on water sources here in America on Iran, um, you know, when I see them ramping up Ebola cases, which of course are in Africa, so none of us are going to have to pay any consequences for any kind of social engineering or geoengineering or terraforming or any kind of beta testing on us. That's done on black people, you know, in fucking Africa and places like that. That's where they let shit like this run its course, you know, just in case they need to pull that out. If they needed to, they'd pull out the card that, you know, everybody in the World Wrestling Federation is a fucking alien, and that's what the movie Men in Black was about. People will believe anything. People can be spoon fed, sugar coated shit these days. And just like out of They Live, they'll fucking believe it. You know? When I found out the fact that the elite right now are aware of the fact that there's probably enough oil in this planet to keep the world eating until the end of this century. Now I realize why they're starting maybe a little bit early to kick their plans in motion and ramp it up. Because something bad is coming, and it's coming real soon. I just hope, you know, I mean, I don't really hope. I'm pretty certain that, because I've seen this, not so much in the astral plane, I just saw it snapshotted. That, and it's kind of metaphoric and metaphysical, but I saw it. Something happens in the sky. It takes days for it to get closer and get bigger and brighter, whatever it is. And people who are of faith, people who are of chill, of more of a musical, artistic flow. They get fucking beach chairs and beach towels and umbrellas and the kids and the dog and a cooler with Brett's and hot dogs and just go outside with acoustic guitars and await the coming. The people that are in the bunkers that have prepared for this, that have stashed and hoarded and controlled the world for over a century, when it happens, their bunkers shake and they become prisons wherein they are terrified because something is locked in there with them. Something that came out of cracks. It's Lord of the Rings ish. Something shouldn't have been fucked with. Something that hunts by hearing and by smell. And the fucked up thing is we hear them banging on the bunker doors, but we can't open them because they get slightly jarred. They become tombs. It's the captain, y'all. Fear nothing. And I know I'm not the best at guitar, and I know that I have a lot of crazy ideas, and I certainly don't mean to hurt anybody's feelings. But one thing I do know is it's worth it, because to be able to put into words, feeling like I was, and like I am, and certainly will be at times, wrapping around an event horizon. Fortunately able to get out, whatever's doing this, whoever's doing it, or being sort of stretched along a Mobius strip, like Hot Wheels when we were kids. Being able to tap into my quantum potential and speak to the possibly endless other sevens that are out there. The one on the left, who has the pink shirt and the wife, and the one on my other side who's in jail for second degree something, and just tinkers with electronic equipment that he can never fix. 3 sevens clash. Maybe I'm on to something. Oh, I know. The fog. I'm intimately familiar with the fog, my friend. It's a mix of nanoparticulates that are probably silicon in base. They're not water. They don't dry or drip down your windshield, and it's not rain. It's lighter than air. Oh, I'm aware, but that's for another video. It's the cat and y'all. Be safe.